Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are and whether you're watching the replays or watching us live. Welcome from a very hot and sweaty Dallas. My air conditioning broke down, and today they're telling us it's going to be a record-breaking heat for my area. It's going to be 110 Fahrenheit or 43 centigrade. So if I look a bit shiny and a bit red-faced, that's why. If you stick around, you may have the added excitement of the air conditioning man turning up and saving me from melting down gradually over time. We've got a big rearrangement of some of our sessions today. We had a few people that couldn't make it. One guy was involved in the typhoon, which was a little bit unnerving for us. He's okay, but it is a problem. And then he got sick as well because that's what happens. But that's fine. But we've moved a few things around. I've also put in a different session. One of the sessions later on that we did have planned, we're not going to do now, purely because we just couldn't. And that was going to be a session from me about databases. The main reason is we've actually got a couple of database sessions today anyway. So it kind of seemed like I'd be repeating myself. So it made sense not to do it. So what have we got coming today? Well, today we have live in the studio later, Cesar Romero, who has the most film star name of anybody we've had so far this week, on how to use design patterns and unit tests to create quality systems. Very interesting stuff. If you're serious about software development, design patterns are something it's very important to learn and understand how they work. Unit tests help with your quality as well, so it's really useful to learn. So if you are serious about becoming a developer and learning more about it, this is a session for you from Cesar. Following that, we'll be extending existing platforms into the cloud with Apicept. Another session from the excellent Richard Hatherall, who does our AWS components for Rad Studio. And he'll be talking about, I think he's talking about general components as well. So Amazon's burgeoning AWS system is very, very popular. And it's these components make it very easy. It's an SDK. After that is a replacement session from me. I'm going to be doing a session on how to do some mobile apps with FireMonkey FMX. It's basically a very beginner's level thing to show you the basics and show you how it works. It's not going into lots of depth. We've got lots and lots of material already on FireMonkey mobile apps, and we've got some sessions planned later in the year for a more in-depth mobile course as well. That's one of the things we've discussed and we're hoping to do. Can't promise anything because things move around and the world changes and who knows what will happen, but that's what we're hoping for. After that will be a replay of a previous session. My mistake, that's not the case. This is a brand new session from Patrick Prematin, our super duper guy who's always in the chat. Salut Patrick, ça va? And he is a French MVP, very, very active. You see him on Twitch all the time. We'll put links up when he's on so that you can follow him on Twitch. It's definitely worth doing. It helps him build an audience, and it's a good thing for him. And he's going to be talking about how to create a responsive design in a FireMonkey application. So following on from what I did, he's going to go into some slightly more in-depth stuff. After that will be a session by Stephen Ball from Embarcadero, and he will be discussing InterBase Developer's Guide to Getting Started. This is a replay. If it sounds familiar, we did do a session earlier on about it, but because of some people that couldn't make it or dropped out, we're replaying this session because it kind of follows on to the next session after that, which is everything you need to know about databases but was afraid to ask by Ziad Alahi. And it's a kind of catch-all session about that. And then after Ziad's session, we'll be saying goodbye and just giving a few shout-outs to people and thanking some of our frequent flyers that have been with us all week. Some of you have been with us all week. We're live in the chat all day, and we will answer questions. If it's from me, I tend to put /EMB, so it is me saying it. But there are others from Embarcadero around, and from time to time, presenters will drop in live and answer questions as well. But if you've got any questions, please put them in the live chat and we'll do it. Anyway, I've taken up enough time. We're going to start off with the wonderful Cesar Romero, and it is how to use design patterns and unit tests to create quality systems. He'll be joining us live after the session for questions and answers. Speak to you later.
Hi. Welcome to Coding Bootcamp 2023. It is a pleasure to be part of this event that brings together great professionals and enthusiasts of programming to learn and share knowledge about the latest trends and technologies in the market. My name is Cesar Romero. I work as a software architect at Ambev Tech in the city of Blumenau, Santa Catarina, in Brazil. I have more than 28 years of experience in system development, and in the last 10 years I have been working as a software architect. The objective of this talk is to present how to create high-quality systems. But what are high-quality systems? They are systems that are easy to maintain, extensible, testable, and consequently with less bugs. To achieve this goal, we must use good practices, design patterns and system architecture consolidated in the market, and proven efficient. This is not an easy task. We face many challenges, and as each developer can implement a task differently, the objective result can be the same, but the code quality can vary a lot, as well as the number of bugs. The quality of the systems depends on the standards and methodologies of work adopted, and my objective today is to present how to make what is right easy and what is wrong difficult. We must force developers to do the right thing without thinking too much about it. One of the ways we do this is to build a solution so that the dependencies flow the way they should. Steve Ardalis Smith. Historically, the layered architecture was adopted to separate responsibilities, but in this model, the business layer depends on the infrastructure layer. To solve this dependency, we can adopt the dependency inversion pattern, which is part of the solid principles, but just adopting this pattern does not solve all the problems, because the architecture was not level to the principle, and consequently creating unit tests is not an easy task, because any test ends up depending on external layers, mainly the database. To solve this problem, the architecture evolved, and Robert Cecil Martin presented the architecture known as clean architecture, where the business layer became the center of solutions, without depending on any other layer. In this way, the architecture and the dependency inversion pattern point to the same direction. With the reduction of coupling and the use of dependency injection, writing unit tests becomes a simpler and more pleasant task, and now we can replace external dependencies with mocks. Thus we have a controllable and consistent testing environment. A great challenge of this talk is the time. We have a lot to cover, and the time is short. I will start by showing the problems we are trying to solve, then the basic concepts of software architecture, clean architecture, design patterns, including dependency injection and unit testing with mocks. I will try to show in a clear and objective way the benefits of adopting these design patterns in the daily routine, and how to create high-quality systems by writing unit tests. The change of architecture, the use of design patterns and writing unit tests can present some challenges for those who are used to writing systems with Delphi. We will briefly talk about these challenges and how to overcome them. Then I will show a practical example of a system made in Delphi with clean architecture, dependency injection and unit tests. This way you can better understand how to apply these concepts in your daily life. In the end of this talk, you will understand how to write high-quality and easy maintenance systems with Delphi using clean architecture and design patterns also used by other modern programming languages currently. We will now see the basic concepts of the topics presented today, but let's start by understanding how I came to this specific topic. Before talking about design patterns, dependency injection, clean architecture and unit testing, we need to understand one of the most important parts of systems, which are dependencies. In a typical application, regardless of the architecture used, but thinking in old school, we have something like this. Direct dependency graph. The direct dependencies look like the flow on the left, where we have a class that references another class using a new instance, or a static call. See on the right that at runtime it works the same way, a class making direct reference to another class. If we use the dependency inversion principle, it will look something like this. At compile time, we can choose between different implementations. This is done by using interfaces instead of direct reference to classes. And at runtime we have the same result as direct dependency. And we can use these interfaces to make the code much easier to test. Before talking about architecture, let's understand a little more about testing. When it comes to quality, there are several techniques and methodologies of testing. I will focus on the 3 types that I consider essential, and I believe that most of the other techniques are variations of unit tests, integration tests, and end-to-end tests. With the difficulty in creating and maintaining unit tests, the investment in other types of tests ends up being higher than it should be, which makes system development more costly and time-consuming. This pyramid is intentionally inverted to reinforce that investing more in end-to-end tests, integration tests, and less in unit tests is a big mistake, because besides being cheaper to write unit tests, it helps to find errors in the initial stage of development, which facilitates delivery through agile methodology. The ideal test pyramid is the one that invests more in unit tests, which are faster and cheaper to create, and less in integration and end-to-end tests. With the use of dependency inversion, creating unit tests becomes a simpler task, and TDD techniques help to improve the design and quality of the code that will produce systems with more quality. Unit tests will be your greatest allies in creating high-quality systems. Do not underestimate them. But it is important to create quality unit tests. I often find projects where unit tests are created only to give code coverage and satisfy quality metrics. But in the end, they do not deliver quality, and the code passes through unit tests successfully, but breaks in production. If this happens, you have a clear symptom that you need to review your unit tests and find out why the code did not break in the execution of the tests. One last concept related to testing that I want to present is mocks. Mocks are simulated objects that mimic the behavior of external dependencies, allowing them to be tested without interference or side effects. The use of interfaces and dependency injection in your code makes your projects testable, because in unit tests, instead of referencing concrete classes of external dependencies, you replace them with mocks. Don't worry, we'll talk more about these concepts later, and we created mocks in the example project of this presentation. Now that we know the importance of unit tests, I will talk about system architecture so that we can understand why this topic is important in the journey of high-quality systems. In the classic layered architecture, also known as N-tier, the business layer depends directly on a data layer that communicates with a database, and we have a user interface layer that depends on the business layer. As the interface must show the data, then indirectly the user interface layer also depends on the data layer, and consequently depends on the database. This is the traditional layered architecture. And these transitive dependencies mean that everything depends on the database, which makes testing very difficult, at least efficiently. In recent years, several architectural models have been proposed that aim to reduce coupling and dependencies. You must have seen some of them, such as onion architecture and hexagonal architecture, among others. The most important point is that they all have a common goal: the separation of responsibilities by reducing coupling. These oversimplified diagrams represent the main idea of each architecture. You will find variations of these diagrams on the internet, but as soon as you understand them, you will notice that they all have something in common. The business layer, now known as domain, is the center of everything and does not depend on anything else. The other layers are the ones that depend on the business domain. Now let's understand what clean architecture is exactly. Introduced in 2008 by Robert Cecil Martin, also known as Uncle Bob, its objective is to standardize and organize developed code, promote its reusability, as well as technology independence. Clean architecture is not a design pattern but rather a set of principles and best practices that aim to separate the responsibilities of different layers of software, making it easier to understand, develop, maintain, and test. Clean architecture is based on concepts such as domain-driven design, DDD, dependency inversion, and layered architecture. Some of the advantages of using clean architecture are: user interface independence. The user interface can change easily without affecting the rest of the system. Database independence. You can switch the database for another one without affecting business rules. External agent independence. Business rules are not tied to any specific framework or library. Testability. Business rules can be tested without the user interface, database, server, or any other external element. This diagram shows the layers of an application created with clean architecture. Note that the domain layer does not depend on any other layer, allowing unit tests to be created without external dependencies. External dependencies should be in the infrastructure layer, where integration tests will be performed, and in the user interface layer, functional or end-to-end tests are conducted. Notice the dashed red line between the user interface, infrastructure, and the application layer. It represents a runtime dependency, which will be resolved by dependency injection, simplifying the process of creating mocks for unit tests to avoid external dependencies. The user interface layer can be understood as the root of the application. It's where interfaces and corresponding classes are registered in the dependency injection container. This way, the entire system is implemented using interfaces instead of classes, reducing coupling, as previously shown in the inverted dependency graph. Although the diagram refers to functional tests and integration tests, these are not within the scope of this presentation. Clean architecture is based on domain-driven design, which also is not covered in this presentation. Nevertheless, we will use some elements of DDD in the example project's classes and project organization. The main benefits obtained from clean architecture, design patterns, especially dependency injection and unit testing are: improving code quality and maintainability, reducing coupling and increasing class cohesion, facilitating error detection and correction, boosting developers' confidence and productivity, improving code quality and maintainability. With these techniques, you can write cleaner, more organized, and readable code that follows the principles of single responsibility, open-closed, list-off substitution, interface segregation, and dependency inversion. This facilitates code understanding, documentation, reusability, and modification without affecting other parts of the system. It also helps you avoid code duplication, unnecessary complexity, and design flaws, reducing coupling and increasing class cohesion. Using these techniques, you can separate class responsibilities into distinct layers that communicate through interfaces or abstractions. This allows each class to have a well-defined and domain-related function without depending directly on other classes. You can also replace concrete implementations with more suitable ones or simulated objects, mocks, without altering the expected system behavior, facilitating error detection and correction. With these techniques, you can test the behavior of each unit of code in isolation, verifying if it functions as expected. You can also use mocks to simulate external dependencies of a unit of code, avoiding interference or side effects in testing. This enables quicker and more confident identification and correction of errors, ensuring system quality and reliability, boosting developers' confidence and productivity. Using these techniques, you can have more confidence in writing and modifying code, knowing that it's well-structured, organized, and tested. Teamwork becomes easier as the code follows a design pattern that enhances communication and collaboration among developers. Furthermore, delivering the system to clients becomes more agile since the code is ready to be deployed in any environment or platform. Projects in Delphi often have high coupling because the default templates with Delphi components were created before the development of the clean architecture model. This means that the system's classes are tightly linked to each other and to visual components, making it difficult to separate responsibilities, reuse code, and conduct tests. To adopt the clean architecture model, it's necessary to refactor existing code or start a project from scratch, following the rules of layer organization and communication. It's necessary to convince developers to start from scratch with a new perspective to understand the real advantages of using clean architecture. Many developers may resist the paradigm shift, thinking that the traditional model is simpler, quicker, or more familiar. It's important to demonstrate the long-term benefits of using clean architecture to developers, such as improved code quality, maintainability, and testability. Offering training and support to developers is also crucial for them to learn and apply the new techniques. Appropriate design patterns need to be selected for each situation and applied correctly. There are various types of design patterns, each with specific purposes and structures. It's essential to understand the problems each design pattern solves, their advantages and disadvantages, and how to implement them in Delphi. It's also important to avoid excessive or inappropriate use of design patterns, which could lead to unnecessary complexity or loss of code flexibility. Clear, comprehensive, and consistent unit tests need to be written. Unit tests are essential to ensure the correct functioning of code units, but they must be well written and well organized. Relevant test cases, expected inputs and outputs, success and failure conditions need to be defined. Descriptive names, explanatory comments, and logical structures should be used to enhance the readability and maintainability of tests. All possible scenarios, including exceptional cases and limits, need to be covered. Appropriate tools must be used to create mocks and perform unit tests. Mocks are simulated objects that mimic the behavior of external dependencies of a code unit, allowing it to be tested without interference or side effects. To create mocks in Delphi, specific frameworks need to be used, enabling the creation of mocks for interfaces and classes. To perform unit tests in Delphi, appropriate frameworks like DUnit or DUnitX must be utilized, enabling functional and structural testing with this native Delphi tool. Now, let's see the code. To help understanding the presented concepts, I've created a project aimed at showcasing the organization of files based on clean architecture principles. This project demonstrates the use of dependency injection to decouple external dependencies and includes unit testing utilizing mocks to simulate these external dependencies. The project will be available for download in my personal repository. The project was developed using Delphi 11 and employs the Sclite_demo database that comes with the FireDAC installation. This way, you won't need to install a separate DBMS or manually create the database. I used the Spring 4D framework, which is the only external dependency you need to install. Dependency injection, collections, persistence, and mocks functionalities are all available within this framework. However, you can create your own framework or even use others. Particularly, for more complex projects, a different ORM framework for persistence and another for mocks might be more useful. The choice of Spring 4D for this project is solely because it encompasses all the features I want to demonstrate, without the need for additional dependencies. If you don't have Spring 4D installed yet, download it from the project repository. I used the develop branch in the example, and I suggest you do the same, as the master branch might not be compatible. I won't go through the Spring 4D installation steps here, as there are several tutorials available online on how to install the library. For your convenience, I'll list the steps below. Download the Spring 4D source code from the official repository. Make sure you're using the develop branch with the git branch command. Run the build.exe installer in the project directory and follow the instructions. The project is structured into a group of projects, separated according to the model proposed in clean architecture. I use Delphi packages to segregate files based on their responsibilities, and I suggest you do the same. This structure helps keep your code organized over time, and you don't need to deploy packages, .bpl files. Simply compile using the default project configuration, and all the code will be included in the final executable. However, if you prefer, you can organize the code within a single project and separate responsibilities into folders. In this case, you'll need to manage the organization manually, which could lead to more errors. On disk, the folders are organized as you can see in the image on the right side. The domain is the core of everything and should not have external dependencies. It contains only business rules and the necessary interfaces to communicate with other external classes that will only be known at runtime, through dependency injection. In this project you'll find entities, aggregates, domain services, exceptions, interfaces, domain events. For file organization, I don't follow strict rules. I've worked on projects where I had to create folders for just one file, but that's excessive and counterproductive. For me, the most important aspect is that you can look at this structure and understand the project without the need to navigate through multiple folders. The common folder contains service interfaces used by the services. The orders folder groups all classes related to orders. Here, you'll find entities, aggregates, services, specific order repository interfaces, and exceptions. The products folder is self-explanatory. It clearly indicates that the category class pertains to product categories and nothing else. This embodies the meaning of bounded context in DDD. You should keep all related classes together. I believe you can now guess the purpose of the classes in the shippers folder. Just like in the previous folders, we're grouping all classes related to shipments here. The other classes can remain in the root directory. There's no need to create folders for individual files. The names are self-explanatory and clear, as per the clean code principles. Entities are simple, known as POTO, plain old Delphi objects. The only peculiar aspect is the mapping attributes for database fields. These attributes are required due to a feature of Spring, persistence. However, this should not be the case. Mapping database fields causes the business layer to be aware of the persistence layer, which violates the single responsibility principle, the first principle in Solid. Ideally, mapping should reside in the infrastructure layer and can be implemented using a Fluent mapping library to simplify this step. The class TOrderAggregate is responsible for orders, and an order only exists if it has items. It also doesn't make sense to have items without an order. Given that they don't exist independently, they become strong candidates for being an aggregate according to DDD. Browsing through the code of the createOrder method, you'll notice that it verifies the validity of relationships before creating the order. If any IDs are incorrect, an exception will be thrown. After creating the order, certain date fields are filled using a date and time service. This is crucial for system integrity, especially in large companies where there's a timeline of orders, and stages might be processed in different instances with varying time zones or even unsynchronized clocks. Additionally, for consistency in unit tests, control over date and time fields is necessary. Time zones affect these fields, and it's common for pipelines to break in unit tests due to differences in time zones between the build machine and the developer's machine. Domain services are classes that orchestrate operations and flows between different domains. Their purpose is to implement a business flow. The class TShipperService is responsible for triggering the shipment of an order. It depends on two different domains, order and shipper. Additionally, it needs to update the shipping date field in the order. Hence, an instance of the datetime service is also required. After verifying the shipper and updating the order, a notification needs to be sent to the shipper. This entire flow should be an idempotent operation, which is why there's a need to create a specific service for it. The implementation in this example is straightforward. The key here is to grasp this important DDD concept. The other classes in the domain package are similar to these, so we can move forward. In the infrastructure layer, we have the implementation of interfaces used in the domain, external services like databases, configuration files, and email sending services. Each implementation is specific to a single functionality. Date-time service is the provider of date and time. Email notification service is responsible for sending emails. It's not yet implemented in this project, and it's only present to represent the concept of domain events in tshipper service. Database repository implements the iRepository T interface, responsible for data persistence, and is an implementation of the repository design pattern. I've implemented it using generics, where T represents the entity class to be persisted. The methods are straightforward and clear in their purpose, with names designed to eliminate ambiguity. The only method I'd like to discuss is the whereQuery method, which takes a specification argument. It's a direct mapping of the iCriterion class from Spring, persistence. In the context of the repository design pattern, a criterion can be interpreted as an implementation of the specification pattern. The specification pattern helps keep the repository simple and clean, avoiding the need to create specific repositories for each entity whenever a new query with a different where condition is required. Still, there are cases where custom repositories for a few specific classes are necessary. Hence, I also implemented the TOrderDetail repository. Its sole purpose is to serve as an example that customizing some repositories is possible and valid. It can be for implementing complex and specific entity rules or to avoid code repetition dry. In this example, it doesn't add much to the repository and could be implemented with just one line of code using the generic repository. The where condition is implemented using the record prop from Spring Persistence. With the help of implicitly implemented operators, it returns a valid instance of iCriterion, which can be passed as the desired query specification. I prefer using this approach to avoid typing strings, especially here, as the string should correspond to the field name in the database, not the property name. You must have already realized that this would lead to various bugs during development. So, aside from serving as syntax sugar, this approach also helps prevent bugs. The other classes are not particularly special. They merely serve their purpose of isolating external dependencies from the domain. The application project is your ultimate goal, where everything is interconnected. The project is quite simple and isn't meant to be a complete functional system like an API or a data snap application server. However, I believe it can serve as inspiration, especially for projects like these. For projects involving user interfaces, a few more steps are required. You need to implement integration with forms and components using a pattern like MVC or MVVM, which aren't within the scope of this presentation's objectives. The project file performs two tasks. It calls the configure services method of the tstartup class, which is responsible for project configuration, loading settings from files, Windows registry, credentials, certificates, which are not necessary for this project, and the registration of interfaces along with their corresponding classes, factories, or delegates. With the registration of all necessary services, the container can create dependencies and inject them into constructors at runtime. This reduces coupling between classes, enhancing code maintainability and evolution without the need to rewrite everything from scratch. We don't have time to discuss each of these classes, but what's important is for you to grasp that every time we need an instance of iDateTime service, the container will provide us with the instance implemented by the registered tDateTime service class, just like all the other classes. The TOrderAggregate class depends on several other classes, all registered in the container. Consider this example on the marked line. When the container resolves IOrderAggregate, It will create instances corresponding to all the classes declared in the torder aggregate constructor, along with the dependencies of these classes, and inject them into the corresponding constructors. Besides offering flexibility in the architecture of the code, this approach also keeps the code clean, eliminating the need to manually create instances and pass them into constructors. Even worse, it avoids creating dependencies directly where they are used, which would increase coupling and the dependency between classes. We're nearing the end of the presentation, and now let's discuss unit testing and understand how everything we've done so far will help us create better tests and, consequently, higher quality systems. For the example project, I've created unit tests for the tshipper service and torder aggregate classes. However, in this presentation, I'll focus on the tshipper service tests, as they are easier to understand. The torder aggregate tests will be left as homework in case you'd like to explore tests for classes with more dependencies and potentially more complexity. Before we delve into the code, I need to make an important note. To create a mock for an interface, it's necessary for the interface to have generated RTI. To achieve this, you need to include the directive $m+ before the interface. Now, let's understand how to create and set up mocks. All dependencies are declared using mock, interface, created, and configured in the setup method of the test. This setup is quite straightforward. We create mocks for the dependencies of the tshipper service class, which will be our service under test SUT. It's created in the last lines of the setup, receiving its dependencies as constructor arguments. In these three highlighted lines, we create a mock instance of iDateTime service and set it up to return the fDateTime when the today method is called. In summary, instead of executing the code implemented in the concrete class, for the purpose of unit testing, we use a substitute instance where we can control its behavior during testing. This ensures consistent behavior across all executions, regardless of the environment, whether it's on a developer's computer or a build server. The shipper repository also needs configuration, but I've left that to be set up in the test methods. This is because we'll configure it differently for each method. The name of the test method should describe what the test does. There are various conventions, and you can adopt the one that suits your needs best. I've used the same approach as I do in my daily work. The name of this method should be interpreted as when the shipOrder method is called. It should update the shipDate field of the corresponding order and trigger a notification. Unit tests start with setup. Here, we configure the getById method of shipper repository to return the instance we created in the setup. We also create an instance of the order entity to pass as an argument when calling the shipOrder method of the tshipper service class. At line 77, the method is invoked and should execute all lines of the method except line 52, which is the exception in case fshipperRepository.getById doesn't return the configured entity. At line 80, we check if the update method of the repository was called once. If it wasn't called or was called more times, the test will fail. Next, we use assert to verify if the shipping date of the order was updated with the date we configured in the mock of iDateTime service. If the value is different, the test will fail. In the next two lines, we verify if the send method of iNotification service was called with an argument of type tMessage containing the instances of shipper and order used in the previous steps. In this case, we also ensure that the method is called only once with the argument times once. High-quality unit tests should cover as much of the code as possible. This means that if a method contains if, else, loops, case statements, or exceptions, we should create test cases for each of these possible flows. Now, let's closely examine the method being tested to ensure we're truly providing comprehensive coverage for all the flows. In the previous tests, we ensured good coverage and verified that the update methods of the repository and the send method in the notification service are each called once. However, one flow is still missing. What happens at runtime if the shipper is not found? Line 52 raises an exception and disrupts the normal flow of the method. We need to cover this case as well, ensuring that if a shipper is not found, the correct exception is executed as expected. Let's start with the method name, which declares that it should raise an exception if the shipper is not found. The repository setup is configured to return nil when the getById method is called, which is what will happen in production if the corresponding record doesn't exist in the database. Assert.willRaise executes the code provided in the anonymous method and checks if the eShipper exception is raised. If not, the test will fail, and the message passed in the last argument will be printed along with the test failure error. In the following lines, we validate that the update method of the repository and the send method of the notification service were not called at all, and that the shipDate field was not updated. And with that, we conclude the material I've prepared for you today. I hope these examples and explanations have been clear enough, and that I've managed to at least spark your interest in clean architecture, unit testing, mocking, domain-driven design, and design patterns. In this presentation, we have seen how to use design patterns and unit testing to create quality systems with Delphi. We have learned the basic concepts of clean architecture, dependency injection, mocks, and unit testing. We have highlighted the benefits of improving code quality, maintainability, error detection and correction, as well as developer confidence and productivity. We have also discussed the challenges of refactoring existing code, convincing developers to embrace a new paradigm, choosing and applying suitable design patterns for various needs, writing clear, comprehensive, and consistent unit tests, and using appropriate tools to create mocks and conduct unit tests. Finally, we have witnessed a practical example of a Delphi system implementing clean architecture, dependency injection, and unit testing. Unfortunately, we didn't have time for a presentation on a larger and complete system. The aim was to provide guidance for those interested in these topics and to show that further exploration is necessary to achieve success as a high-performance developer or even as a software architect if that is your goal. I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for your attention and interest in this presentation. I understand that time is a precious resource, and I greatly appreciate you dedicating part of it to learn about these subjects. I hope you have enjoyed and gained new insights today. If you have any questions or curiosities about the presentation topic, please feel free to reach out to me directly. If you have opinions or experiences regarding the use of design patterns or unit testing with Delphi, please share them with us. I would be delighted to hear and address your inquiries and contributions. To conclude this presentation, I would like to leave you with a motivating and inspiring message. The use of design patterns and unit testing with Delphi is more than just a technique or a tool. It is a way of thinking and creating systems that are efficient, reliable, and sustainable. It is a means of expressing your creativity, skill, and passion for programming. As Uncle Bob, one of the creators of the clean architecture concept, once said, "The only way to go fast is to go well." I hope this presentation has inspired you to do things well and efficiently in your Delphi projects. Thank you very much for your attention, and until next time.
Well, fantastic. I think that's the first time I've seen Caesar present, and I hope it's not the last. That was an incredibly well put presentation, paced exactly the right pace, and introducing a subject which can be presented very badly. I've seen quite a few presentations done in other languages where it's been an absolute nightmare. But Caesar did a good job. And the good news is, given the questions and comments we've got, Caesar is joining us live. Hello, Caesar.
Hi, Ian. How are you doing?
I'm good, and it's good to see you as well. There you go. Martha's brought you in. Yeah. Whoa, I like your background. That looks very fantastic. It looks hot.
That's the company I work.
Oh, really? Good. Yeah.
Yes.
How do you pronounce the name? AmbevTech. Yeah?
AmbevTech. It's
very
the
good.
tech company of the brewery Ambev.
Oh yes, yeah. Of course, I would know the brewery. I recognise the brewery straight away. Yeah, that's good. I've actually made sure that we put a QR code up in the corner here because quite a few people asked about where they could get your code, and we've also put a little ticker across the bottom of the screen as well. The thing about this bootcamp is we always have thousands and thousands of people afterwards after the live event. So actually, we have only a small fraction of people that turn up live and ask the questions on the live Q&A, which is crazy, really, because they get the chance to talk to you. But there you go. But on the replays, we usually get several thousand. So I know there's many, at least 9,500, I think, nearly. People registered now, so it's going well. So first of all, I just want to say what a brilliant presentation, really good.
Thank you.
You always know that it's a good presentation when I make notes, okay? Because that means that I made notes about some questions. It was good. The one that I liked, the comment that you made, I thought was very interesting because this is something that I think as well. You were talking about the decoration of classes with attributes for tables. So you have an attribute on there and decorating the table and saying that violates the clean code single responsibility principle,
Exactly.
which is I actually agree with that. I think you're absolutely right. And do you know what? I hadn't thought of it that way before. It just felt wrong. And I've been working in another project, and that decorates classes with table names. Not my doing. It's just unfortunately, the technology I'm using requires it. But yeah, a very good point. So I did.
I have started to implement a Fluent interface class to build the database mapping in the infrastructure layer, but I have no time to conclude until this presentation. Maybe I will just update the code a few days from now.
I want to tell you, today has been an absolute nightmare for us because we've had several people drop out for varying reasons. So the fact you loaded up your presentation at all, I'm very grateful. I don't mind if you didn't have a chance to do the Fluent one. That presentation was great. It was really excellent.
This has been a nightmare for this week for me here. And my wife had a surgery in her hips, so I have to take care of her, and I have 2 children. One is 1.5 years old, so I have to create the presentation, create the code, record, and they also take care of them and my work.
I don't know how you do it.
I'm really glad that I have outdone it until last night.
Well, you know what? Even under pressure, that was an excellent presentation. I mean, there are some people that we get here who they do a good job, but it's not their strength. That presentation you did, that shows your strength. It was very well done, very well and clearly explained, and very popular. I can tell you now as well that a whole bunch of people are scanning that QR code and point it that way.
I can see that.
So you've obviously got a few fans out there. And when we're talking about fans, I just want to put some comments up from people. Embarcadero Latin America, Latino America, has been in the crowd, shall we say, and I noticed you said hello to a few of them, and also people like Jose saying hello to Adriano Santos, and I'm okay. I don't really understand the Brazilian, but I'm thinking he's saying that he's been using Delphi since version 1. I think that's
yes, that is exactly what he's doing. Adriano Santos is a Brazilian MVP. Like me as well, and we have here also Landerson and Julio Mar. They was asking for a kiss that I don't know. Every time we have a presentation, someone they want to send a kiss for all the MVPs in Brazil. They are great guys.
That is so Latin American.
Yeah.
You know, the funniest thing, my air conditioning broke down, and last night at 11 o'clock at night, I had to go out and buy some really big fans because it's like 110 outside later on today with no air conditioning. And I bumped into a guy there who's I think he said he was Mexican, but he was definitely a Latino, and it's Texas, of course. We've got very mixed population, and the guy had a name badge on, and it said Ian, and my wife was with me, and she said, "Hey, this guy's got a name badge on that says Ian," and he said, "Oh, your name's Ian as well?" He said, "I'm the only Mexican in the world called Ian." I thought it was quite funny. He was a really nice guy, but there you go. But Latin America, Brazil is just absolutely. It's an amazingly vibrant community. You guys really do put the rest of the world to shame at how involved you are and how how talented you are. I mean, it's very rare. I've met a Brazilian person who's a developer who isn't just incredible. What is it about you guys? Is there something in the water or what? I mean, I don't get it.
What about Brazilian Embarcadero Conference? We will be here in next October?
Actually, I've been asked several times that question. I am actually in Germany at the same time for a German conference, and they were very clever to get in first and ask first. But I don't have any objection to it. But my wife is also going to conference at the same time as well. So it's about juggling. If it's not this year, definitely next year. I think Jim has convinced me that Brazil is the place to go to. He's Jim McKeith, my predecessor, says, "Oh, Brazil's fantastic." He loves it. So I did actually start learning a little bit of Brazilian Portuguese, but it's wow. That language is very different, shall we say? I can speak French, but there's no help there, I think, from French. So to get back to probably some questions, you did answer this in the chat, but Stephen Burley was asking for suggestions for introductory texts and tutorials for newbies to approach clean architecture. And I think you said Dr. Bob's book was the one that you suggested. Was that right?
Yes, that was the book when I started to study clean architecture. Unfortunately, we don't have too much good material for Delphi in this subject. That's why I want to bring this subject here. I've been doing this kind of systems for about 5 years now. I mostly write microservices today. So everything I have learned, I try to apply in the context of a Delphi application and show that's not hard. Actually, I've been doing this 5 years ago in Delphi, and at the time, I did not fully understand all the concepts. So when I see my code now and compare then, today is very much simpler to understand it because I know what is a domain service, what is aggregate. At the time, I don't have full understanding what is domain-driven design. And this is a key concept for you. You have to think in the business first, then to go to code. I usually see people opening the IDE, start to drop components, create table, put some grids, and don't even think about the business. And then when we see the system, it's not useful for the business people. So what's the problem are you resolving? You must give a step back, understand the problem, understand the business, and then create your domain. Your domain must have no external dependency, must not have a user interface. Let the user interface for guys who really understand user experience. So he can draw great screens and dashboards and help the user achieve the goals.
Yeah, and it's that separation of responsibility as well, where someone can focus on the usability of the user interface versus the actual functionality of how things work behind the scenes, and then how you actually get things to and from the database. So that's interesting. The thing I say about I've been a developer for over 38 years now, and you mentioned looking back at the old code when you first started working with clean code, and I'll tell you a little thing that I say. looking back at old code is like going to a party and having a fantastic time. So, say it's a wedding and you're out till 3 or 4 in the morning, and you know there's a free bar, lots of food. You dance to the DJ, yeah. And when you come home, you go to sleep, and when you wake up, you're like, oh, my head, you know. But you know you had a good time, right? It was good. But then 1 month later, someone shows you the video of what you actually did at the party. And that's like looking back at old code. You look back at what you did at that time, you're like, oh no, what did I do? And it's the same.
I have too many drinks.
It's like looking back at a video of a party. It was a great party at the time, but now you should not go back and look at it ever again. Yeah. That's my Ian's advice is don't do it. Yeah. So we had lots of questions that we did, I think, answer in there. And also, one guy said, don't melt, Ian, because my air conditioning's out and it's very hot. Yeah, I'm tough. I won't melt. You're okay. I'm making sure I stay nice and hydrated with boiling hot coffee, because that's just what you need when it's very very hot in the room. You know. I see you've got that idea. Yeah. Okay. We've got a few more minutes. So what was the other? There was another question. I didn't star it properly. Yes, actually, I will show Patrick's comment as well. He's just saying that if there are people from Brazil watching, and I suspect there are, because you seem to have brought a massive fan club with you, the Embarcadero conference in Brazil is on October the 4th. We're not quite sure what's happening with that for me, but I'm probably not going to be there. But there are plenty of other people there. And obviously this conference, I can tell people, if you are able to travel to this conference, you feel like going to Brazil, it's a beautiful country and fantastic food and beer and stuff like that, then it's definitely worth looking up. And if you actually live in Brazil, I think it's essential to go, because you will see a whole bunch of people in one place who think like you. You can learn from the best, because some of the MVPs in Brazil are some of the best MVPs we have. And and I really mean that. And Gabriel Oliveira is our newest MVP, and he's from Brazil.
Yes.
And he streams all the time on Instagram, I think it is. Delphi Veya or something like that. I'm not quite sure what the name of his channel is, but we'll make sure to... Delphi Navarre, there you go. I couldn't remember what it was. I do watch his videos. I mean,
it's Delphi in the veins, like the blood.
Oh, in the veins. Oh, Navarre, yes, that makes sense. Well, you know, I can tell you something about this, and this actually is true of every video that I've ever seen, because the Japanese Embarcadero Japan have a whole TV channel that does developer TV. I can watch Daniel's videos and other videos that are in Brazilian Portuguese, and I understand what's going on, because the language, the coding language, is universal. It's a language you all speak. Exactly. And I have learned things from Brazilians. I've learned things from Japanese people. I've learned things from Spanish people, French. Patrick Prematin, who streams in Twitch all the time, streams entirely in French. Now, I speak French, but he speaks French better than I do. So he's like, whoa, it's overwhelming. But, you know, you can pick stuff up from you guys as well, even if they don't understand the language. Watch the code, because your code is great. You guys are really quite amazing. You know, I really got a lot of respect for you. Okay, well, we're reaching the top of the hour. Caesar, first of all, I still think you have the most film star name or movie star name I've ever heard of. Caesar Romero. I wish I'd been called that, because I think I would have had a much better life. But it sounds like I go to Hollywood every day or something like that. But your presentation was really top form. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And
I appreciate
you know, a lot of people commented on that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Is there have you got any final words?
Well, I hope people enjoy to watch the replay, and the code is in GitHub. Please feel free to contact me if you have any questions. If I can help you, I'll be there. And great to be here. I'm really, really happy. It's a long time since last time I had the opportunity to be here. So great to see
if you can find the time in between looking after your, do you say 1.5-year-old child or something like that?
Yeah? Yes.
Wow.
Nina Romero.
Bless. Well, I don't know how you do it, because I know from experience, my daughter's 22 now, and I know from experience of children that it takes a lot out of you. So to make it on time and hand your presentation in on time and really kick the ball out of the park in terms of how good your presentation is, you're a rock star. And I personally will make sure we see more of you, because I think you're a good guy. You did a good presentation, and the amount of people that scanned that QR code, I think I'm not the only one that thinks that as well. So, thanks a lot. Okay, well, and actually, Colin Maharaj says thanks so much, guys, as well. So, I think you're good. Okay, so we are in a bit of a state of flux for our presentations today. Because we've had a few people drop out for varying reasons. There's been a typhoon in Japan, where one of our presenters is based, and he just didn't make it in time for lots of other reasons. He's sick as well. And another presenter, we had a little think about it and thought maybe he was in the wrong conference for us. So we've moved things around. Richard Hatherall was going to be next. But I'm actually going to take that slot because Richard is a little bit behind at the moment. And so this presentation is by me. It's replacing one that we had scheduled for today, and by Maxim, a great developer, but we just disagree on a couple of things. So this presentation is a very basic introduction to mobile app development with FireMonkey FMX. I'll be around for questions afterwards, and we'll be in the live chat as well. Speak to you later. Stick around. Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the country. And welcome once again to our Coding Bootcamp 2023 Learn to Program. And it's been going on all week this week, 5 whole days of sessions and all sorts of things. You'll catch all the replays later. But today's session from me is about mobile app development with RAD Studio and FireMonkey FMX. My name's Ian Barker, and I'm Embarcadero's developer advocate. You can email me at ian.barker@embarcadero.com, or follow me on Twitter /X, whichever you want to call it, as @punctuation. Or you can go to my website at about.me/Ian Barker, and there's all sorts of links there to various other sites and things like that. All of the slides that you see in all of the sessions this week, all the replays will be available if you've registered for the bootcamp. If you haven't, you can still go ahead and do it. If not, go to our learndelphi.org website, and you'll see various bits and bobs there. But the slides for this particular session and the replay, you can go to tinyurl.com/EMBT-FMX. So, RAD Studio and FireMonkey FMX. What is it? It allows you to create apps for Windows, Linux, Mac OS, iOS, and Android using just one tool. And that one tool is RAD Studio with Delphi and C++ Builder, depending on what you prefer. And with Delphi in particular, you can target absolutely everything. I mean, everything. And that's really the whole point. And the thing that enables RAD Studio and Delphi to do that is FireMonkey, the FireMonkey framework. And the benefit of this over other types of systems that allow you to target multiple platforms is that you have one set of code, one program code, one set of lines of code, whatever you want to call it, and one project. And as you can see in my little screenshot there, master detail application, one project, and in there you can have all the targets. So if you look at the little screenshot in the middle there next to my young lady with her thumbs up, you can see that project can go to Android 32-bit. Not many people use Android 32-bit now, but it still can do it. Android 64-bit, iOS 64-bit, so it's like your iPhone and various devices like that. It can target the iOS simulator and using ARM as well. And it can also target, I mean, iOS devices are ARM anyway, but you can target macOS 64-bit using Intel chips and macOS ARM chips as well. And finally, of course, Windows 32-bit and Windows 64-bit. So it's a pretty wide coverage of capabilities that it can do. You know, the thing that makes that happen is FireMonkey. So you might have, if you've heard of FireMonkey, you might have also seen it called FMX. And in fact, quite often at Embarcadero, we refer to it as FireMonkey FMX. And is it FireMonkey or is it FMX? Well, actually, currently we use both names. And I'm not entirely sure what the reason for that is. I think at some point we were going to use a different name. I really should have checked what the official line is here, but actually I checked through the documentation and we use both names. So whether you call it FMX or FireMonkey, it is actually the same thing. And the FMX just means a cross-platform, FireMonkey cross-platform. That's what it stands for. From the days when we had Rad Studio X versions, now really they're all X and cross-platform. What does FireMonkey do? Well, it is a framework for cross-platform applications. It uses standard functions for things like file handling, hardware and device control, and various facilities like notifications. FireMonkey really isn't that kind of runtime and background. It's more about the graphics, but it includes all of this. It tries to make it so that you write the code once. So you write one little piece of Delphi code, and then the underlying FMX runtime adjusts for the operating system and device differences. So if you think about Windows, the slashes go one way, and on a Macintosh, the slash goes the other way. That is obviously a difference. If you write some code expecting backslashes like Windows, and you go and put your app on iOS even, or Mac, or Linux, it's not going to work. Well, with FireMonkey, actually, if you use the built-in commands like tpath, tdirectory, which are part of the Delphi language anyway now, Delphi runtime, should I say, then it will actually adjust for those differences for you. So there is a thing called a delimiter in the runtime library, and that delimiter, if you use that instead of a slash, wherever you would put a slash, use delimiter, it will change depending on whether you're compiling for Mac or Windows. Very useful, makes life a lot easier. FireMonkey is essentially, though, the user interface, and it's abstracted. What it means is it's not using 100% native controls. It does a lot of the drawing itself. And the reason it does that is it tries to make it so that each app looks the same no matter what device you're targeting, whether it's iOS or Windows or Android. And in fact, an Android app and an iOS app, if they're both written in FireMonkey and maybe they're using the same set of styles, which we can talk about a little bit later, quite often you can't tell the difference, apart from the fact that maybe the navigation bar or you know, the menu is in a different place because Android puts them on the bottom and iOS puts them on top. But apart from that, with FireMonkey, the user interface can look identical. This is very useful. It means when you do your documentation or help or even screenshots, you know, it's a consistent look and feel between different devices. And it abstracts certain parts of the hardware as well, so that a camera control on Android, which looks and works quite differently to the one on iOS, it's similar, it still takes pictures and it still takes videos, but actually the user interface is one of the places where iOS and Android devices really do diverge and look differently. The FireMonkey control for that will abstract that out so that the commands that you're putting into your source code, where you are saying grab a picture, now save it to a bitmap or something like that, it'll control them both. Now this is one of the benefits of Delphi anyway. It's very good at abstracting things away and having a very easy to understand language. Programming language is not difficult, but it is powerful. With a Delphi program, you can do all sorts of really quite complex and mind-bending things, really. But if you're just doing basic stuff, you know, it's also very, very easy to learn as well. The language is not difficult to get to grips with. How is FireMonkey different to VCL? Well, they're definitely not the same, but they are similar. So if you come in from a VCL background, then a few things are going to be, it'll take a little bit of getting used to. I myself swap between FireMonkey and VCL quite a lot, and sometimes my brain has to rewire just to start using one or the other, just because there's a few differences. And that's like that with anything. You know, if you're using a laptop and then you swap over to a desktop temporarily, or someone, you know, you temporarily replace a keyboard or something like that, your brain just does a kind of double take and goes, whoa, wait, I don't quite get it. But it's not, there are not many differences. The obvious ones are things like FireMonkey uses the X and Y positions to position controls on the screen rather than left and top. Some of the controls use different properties to the ones you may be used to with VCL. So for example, a label control, which normally has a caption property on VCL, under FireMonkey it has a text property. And so it can throw you a little bit, but actually, you know, it's so few of them, it takes you little to no time to actually get to grips with them. The other thing is the way that the controls work is actually slightly more powerful, I suppose, in my opinion anyway, in that controls can host other controls. I don't mean parent them, like you could create a form and then drop controls on, and the form is the parent of the controls on the form. Or you could have a T panel or panel control, and that could have buttons on it, and the panel is the parent of that set of buttons, so that when you hide the panel, the buttons disappear and hide as well. That's a very common paradigm. No, in FireMonkey it takes that a little bit further. So for example, you'll see there I've got an image control, and the image control, if you look in the structure bit in the middle there, the image control has got a checkbox embedded into it and a label. And when I drag that around and move it around, that image control, those controls actually belong inside it. They're actually hosted inside it. That's a fundamental difference between VCL and FMX. I quite like it. It means you can build some compound controls very easily, and you know, we'll see later how that can also be an advantage when you're applying things like effects and animations. Very interesting difference, shall we say. What other things come with FMX? Well, FireMonkey FMX is all about making your apps look graphically gorgeous, and I mean really, you know, gives you that extra pizzazz or that wow factor, which I'm always talking about. And for example, there's a whole host of effects, and those effects range from all sorts of things like reflection and blur and glow and pencil stroke and fill effects, so that you can change the fill on controls. Even buttons can have different fill effects and stuff like that. And those effects, you can use them in things like images and stuff like that to create an image editing app, which is actually very easy in FireMonkey because 90% of it's written for you. You just drive the controls. But you can use them on regular controls as well. So for example, if we look at this particular slide here, you can see that you can apply the effects to individual controls or to their parents. Remember I said that you can parent different controls inside one another or embed them. So for example, the top left is an image control, and I've put a label inside it, so the words "I have a glow effect" is a label control, and then I've applied a glow effect to the image control on the left, and so you've got that glow around the outside. It's not particularly, in my opinion, not particularly great effect, but you can tweak the settings for what the glow looks like, and that can make some very nice highlighting effects. For example, if the mouse goes over it, which you can control with FireMonkey very easily, then you can make the control glow, which is actually quite interesting. And the one on the right is a label control, and I've dropped a shadow effect on it, so I don't know how well it will show up on the webinar or on the stream, but you can see close up on these slides that the label control is a shadow effect. I'm not doing anything in code to do that. It's all zero code. And the bottom control, which is again is an image control which has a label embedded in it, I've added the shadow effect and the glow effect, so you can actually combine the effects. until you literally drive everybody crazy. I can see this being overused by people because it does happen. Don't go too crazy. User interfaces, the trend is really down towards simplification rather than over complexity, shall we say. What other things do you get with FMX? Well, there's all sorts of extra controls and stuff like that. There's a gesture manager. The reason you need a gesture manager is because with that you can do things that the mobile phone operating systems like to have. So pull to refresh, you'll quite often see on things like the Facebook app or Threads or Twitter app, you can drag downwards and then release, and it's got this bouncy kind of affordance, as we call it in the UI industry. But it's a gesture where you pull it down and it goes boing, and when it bounces back up into place, it refreshes whatever your feed is. Or you could create swipe to unlock. Don't tell Jim McKeith, he holds the patent for that, and gets a little card every year thanking him from the people who he was working for when he invented it. But yes, you could actually implement swipe to unlock on your app, for example, not rely on the operating system to do that. A load of other animations, for example, which you can enable you to do some quite extraordinary things with code, and I mean extraordinary. So you can animate the colors, so you can make ripple effects, you can change a gradient, so a text box or something like that, or a panel can have a gradient that animates as you go over it, or as it displays, or as a property changes, and a number of others as well, color key and float key. We won't go into those, but it does quite a lot. And if you look at this particular animation there, this is a pure FireMonkey app that I wrote to demonstrate some techniques a while ago in another webinar called How to Put the Wow Factor into Your Apps. And as you can see on the video, hopefully, the control comes in, and you see this nice fade effect coming in. The panel comes across, the little sun behind the clouds rises up. You see that nice kind of parallax effect where the horizon tips down, and a number of other things as well. So it's got some nice blends, and you can probably just about see that when the weather forecast comes up, there is a nice graduation down to the bottom there. So the fill is graduated and alpha blended. Okay. Now the interesting thing about that is it looks like there's a lot of code, but actually this is all the code there is in that app. That's the entire code. I haven't included the top part, which is the definition of the controls and the events, because they're automatic anyway, and I didn't write them. But including the comments, it's like 150 lines, if that. And in fact, lines of code, you can probably count them there. There may be less than 20, I think. And that's it. That's all the code I have in that app to make all of those effects happen. So if you want to be convinced about how powerful FireMonkey is compared to VCL, here's a demonstration. This would not be possible using standard controls in the VCL. In fact, it would be impossible. You could do it by writing programs, obviously, or using some third-party controls, but just dropping the controls on a standard VCL form and then expecting this kind of behavior to happen would be completely impossible. So we're going to do a demo now, just to show you how it works with creating an app and then sending it out to a mobile phone, a cell phone. So I'm going to use my iPhone. I've got both an iPhone and Android because I'm a developer and I develop mobile apps, so I have to have both, and a few other devices as well. If you're going to go to iOS, the first thing you do is you need to have a Mac. And I'll talk about that in a minute. And that is a restriction that is placed upon us by Apple. Apple make it so that you can only compile iOS and macOS apps using an Apple device, an Apple PC. And so that's an iMac or Mac Power, something or other. I don't know. Something very expensive, I know that much. But whatever it is, if you need a Mac to do that. The instructions on how to set your Mac up, because there is some configuration on the Mac, you can get to by clicking on the help menu in RAD Studio, clicking on Help Wizards, and then clicking on Mobile Help Wizard. That will show the screen that you see on the right there, and that screen on the right there gives you instructions on what you need and how to make it work. Don't go away if you don't have a Mac. I'm going to give you a solution in a moment to that. Run that Mobile Help Wizard and then choose the iOS tab if you're going to be following the instructions for your iPhone. It's virtually the same instructions for other things like Mac and Linux. Android doesn't need the instructions for PA server. In fact, if you want the instructions for Android, if you look on the right hand image there, the left hand arrow which is pointing towards the robot, that gives you all the instructions for Android as well. Virtually the same. It gives you a few instructions on how to connect things up and SDKs and stuff like that. Not difficult. Once you've done it once, you don't need to do it again. So a fair warning, it will take you a while to set up for the first time, but once you've got it configured, it's straightforward. It's just like compiling any other app for something like Windows or something like that. What if I don't have an Apple Mac? Well, I get asked this a lot. Can I create iOS or macOS apps if I don't have an Apple Mac? And the answer is no, you can't. However, you can use a service like macincloud.com, which I show here, which is a cloud-based Mac, and it's authorized by Apple. They have a deal with them. It's not some kind of scammy device that they've set up. This is a real genuine service. It's approved by Apple, and so you can rent a cloud-based Mac. If you and by the way, it's a Mac Mini M2, which is a very powerful device as well, so pretty performant. It's not that expensive. You can rent them. I haven't looked at the recent offerings, but you can rent them by the month, which I think was $25 US, but they do different pricing for it. You can also rent them by the day and rent them by the hour, or you used to be able to. I don't know if you still can. And if you're not happy with that, you can go to macstadium.com, who also do a cloud virtualization for Macs as well. So if you don't have a Mac, either Mac in Cloud or macstadium.com, you can connect to them. And RAD Studio will connect to both of these. I've personally used Mac in Cloud myself, and I did check out Mac Stadium before to make sure it worked. Both of them work absolutely fine. What you do is that, in fact, Mac in Cloud has PA server already installed, which we're going to talk about in a moment. And you just configure your RAD Studio to point to the device. Now, though, when you register for their service, they'll give you all the information you need to know how to configure the RAD Studio. It tells you the IP addresses and all the rest of it. It's a bit slower because you're going across the internet, and if you've got a slow internet connection, good luck. It's going to take you a while. But I found it when I was using Mac in Cloud very. It was just like using a regular Mac. It was pretty fast. And once you do have your Mac, or if you don't have your Mac and you have Mac in Cloud, what you need to do is follow the instructions on the Mobile Help Wizard that I showed you earlier on, and install the PA server in it. And PA server on the Mac, you go to step 1 down there, so you click on the little applications, and if you followed the Mobile Help Wizard instructions, it will then have installed PA server like this. Is dead easy. You just drag and drop something and then double click it, and it will install this icon like that. You then click on PA server, and it will run PA server. Next, I'll show you how you then create your app from there. Okay, so time for the demonstration. So this is PA server. Okay, and what we're doing is we're running it on a Mac. This is my Mac that I've connected to. It asks us for a password, and then I showed you there that my local IP address is 68.192.168. I blurred out my public IP address so you can't steal it. Select a new multi-device platform app, and I've selected the master detail app, and then I will select a name. I'm just going to call it Test MD for Test Multi-Device. That creates an app that looks like this, and in here I've got target platform set up, and I'm going to start by showing you what it looks like under Windows. So I'm going to run the app under Windows, just so you can see what it looks like on Windows. So it's just a simple app that's got some demo data in, just so that you can see how the thing works. Okay. Now, if I go back to the project and I double click and I select iOS device, because my iPhone is a 64-bit device, that's my iPhone connected there. It's plugged in via a USB on my Mac. I'm selecting ad hoc because I'm not trying to do a application store or anything. I go in here and I will have selected my SDK already, so you only need to do this once and then not repeat it. And then the connection in there is to my Mac's PA server. So there's the IP address of my Mac, and it will work. So what I will do is I'm going to go in and show you a couple of other settings that you need to change. So with Macs, everything is code signed, and you need to make sure that you have included the bundle name. I've blurred mine out because it uses some names that I don't want you to copy. And the provisioning would be my provisioning profile. The mobile help wizard talks all about that. And then I can build. What happens when I'm building here is Rad Studio on my Windows machine is connecting up to my Mac. It runs a load of commands on the Mac via PA server, and it says it's successful. And now I select project deployment, and what this does is this will actually send it off to the iOS device remotely. Now, deployment also creates the .ipa package, so if you are going to distribute this and upload it to the App Store and things like that, the .ipa file, which you see it talking about there, is the equivalent of a .exe that you get on Windows. So this is my iPhone. Here's my app that says EMB test. Then if I run it, and I'm using a remoting to get to my iOS device there, you can see it's automatically gone into dark mode because my phone is in dark mode, even though you saw on Windows it was in light mode. Okay, but you can see that looks wrong because the hamburger menu is in the wrong place, because it should be on the left on iOS. So I think what we should do is we should go back into the project, and we will change it so that the hamburger menu is in the right place. How do we do that? Well, we go into the project and we select, instead of saying master, we're going to select the iPhone. Okay, and you can see this is now the view of the iPhone, and I know that this is a slight bug in this app, that they've got the alignment set to client, so that hamburger menu is in the wrong place. So I'm going to make it go to the left, so it's fitting to the left. No matter what size it is, that would now be on the left. When I select build, it will build the app again. Again, it's talking to PA server on my Mac. My Mac is doing the compiling of the app, and it's just a client server type compilation. And now when I go and deploy it, then I run it in a moment. Takes a little while. I speeded a few things up in various places here. I shan't tell you the woes of my air conditioning going out and all sorts of horrible things that happened whilst I was trying to record this video. It's been extremely hot over here in Texas, and my air conditioning stopped working, which was terribly exciting. And so it's deploying now, so it's copying over all the images, because each device obviously has different size icons and things like that. It will also support iPads and so on and so forth. Now when I run the app, you can just about see that the hamburger menu is on the left now. Great stuff. So that is how to deploy to iOS. The process on Android is similar, except it doesn't need PA server. It's not required using the Windows machine. It doesn't need any other machine because that's just the way Windows works. And in fact, the trend in Windows 11 is to embed Android even more into the whole system and create Android apps locally. It does that using the Android SDK development kits. Okay, so next steps. Well, if you've got an Android app, an iOS app, both of those have to be sent out to app stores. If you are going to deploy to those app stores, then you have to follow the rules. With Android and iOS for your own device, if you're just creating an app that you're going to use on your own phone or own iPad or tablet or whatever, you don't need to go through the app store. You can literally do what's known as side load, and that means you just directly put the app on your device. And in fact, that demo app that I just showed is now installed on both my phones whilst I was testing it. However, at some point you're probably going to want to create an app, and I'm talking a few weeks down the line once you got good at this, and you're going to want to send it out to the Google Play Store or the iOS Store. If you follow the link that's on the screen there, we will include these later, so you don't have to type them in. But it will tell you how to submit your apps to the Play Store. If, however, you're going to write enterprise apps, you do not need to go through the Play Store to do that. With Apple, there is an enterprise program, and I've got a whole video that talks about how the enterprise program works, and that bypasses the iOS App Store. However, before you think, great, I can create the ultimate virus here, it's not as simple as that. It's for one organization, and that organization has a special capability to create apps that work for itself and for its employees and its contractors and things like that. I do that quite a lot. I find that's the best way to actually earn an income. Personally, I think that apps on app stores, you've got to sell quite a lot, and I did another video about this at the start of the bootcamp this week. You've got to sell quite a lot to make money. But if you're not looking to retire on your income, or you're just very prolific and you create a lot of different apps, mobile apps, then hey, you might want to go to the App Store. There are plenty of people out there that do, and we've got several of our MVPs, for example, create apps and make a living out of that, a good living as well. So the instructions on how to submit to Google Play are there. All of the things you need are built into Rad Studio. As you can see, their configuration, application store, and off we go. The same is true of iOS, except there's three options for that. One is development, and that's basically going to your own device and whilst you're creating the app. The other options, as you see down on the right hand side there, is the App Store or Application Store, which everybody knows if you've got an iOS iPhone or iPad. And the final one's ad hoc. Ad hoc on iOS allows you to deploy it to, I think it's 100, but it may be more than that now, different devices, but they have to be known devices. So if you've got a small group of people or it's a small company and everybody is happy to put your app on their phone and register their phone with you, then you can do it that way as well. The page that you're looking at goes into quite a lot of detail about how to do all this, but it's built in. And of course, if you're doing Windows, you can submit to Windows Microsoft Store, I think they call it. I don't think they call it the Windows Store, but that's what it is. So that's a brief overview. A couple of other things that make you look good. Well, first of all, if you haven't got it already, go and get Delphi. And now you can either go and get a trial version of the latest version, and we'll be putting links up and QR codes and things like that to scan, or you can, if you qualify, and by qualify there are some rules about this, but if you qualify, you can use a community edition. We get asked this quite a lot. Can the community edition create mobile apps? Yes, it can. Community edition can create apps that go to Windows, macOS, Android, and iOS, just the same as anything else. The restrictions on the community edition are that you cannot earn over a certain amount per year, so your income has to be below a certain threshold. And the reason for that is we don't want you to use the free version if you're making thousands of dollars. Rad Studio is not that expensive. I know people say, oh, it's expensive, but it's actually not that expensive if you are earning your living from developing applications. But if you fulfill the rules, and it does tell you when you try to register the community edition, then that version, the community edition, is completely free. Okay, and the one that's available at the moment is the same as the current version of Rad Studio that's available to regular people who buy the paid version. So there are a few differences, but they're not particularly significant if you're just creating apps for yourself. Other things to go for: pexels.com, completely free graphics of all types. They're good for things like splash screens. You can turn them into icons and stuff like that. They have a very, very generous licensing system at the time of writing. If you click on the link at the top that says license, it tells you how and when you can use it. If you see some of our cool graphics on our blogs, and actually in this slideshow, some of those will probably come from Pexels. Okay. The other thing that you really, really should get, if you haven't already, is Delphi styles. We include in Get It the built-in Get It package manager, which you can go to Tools and then Get It package manager from the menu in Rad Studio. We include a number of styles already, but those styles come from this site. It's a partnership that we have with them, and we created some of our own as well. We have some designers that worked and edited them, and I think if you've been looking at the different sessions this week, Ray Konopka also showed you how to create your own custom styles as well. But styles are something that are very, very good with FireMonkey. FMX, you can create mobile apps that look absolutely amazing, and if you use ready-made styles, half the battle is done for you already about making your apps look good. You don't have to be a genius. Well, I know that because I can do it, and I'm not a genius. Anyway, very quick whirlwind tour of how to create apps using FireMonkey and Rad Studio. You can get the replay with the links at the bottom, and if you want to get hold of me, there's my contact details. Email me. I do answer my emails. I'm very, very busy, but I will answer all of the emails that you send me. If I can't answer a question, then I'll try and find someone that does. That's my job, to be your advocate. I advocate for developers outside of Embarcadero, and I advocate for Embarcadero outwards as well. It's a two-way street, and it's my job to actually talk to you. So if you want to, please email me. I'm not a support resource. I'm not there to answer your support questions. How does this piece of code work or whatever? Some of them, if it's an easy answer, maybe I will answer, but it's not my job. You need to go and talk to support for that. Likewise, I can't fix your licenses, and I can't do other things as well, but anything else, I'll try and help. That's what I'm there for. Anyway, thanks for watching, and enjoy the rest of... And I'm back, this time live. That was recorded very early in the morning, and that's why I look a bit tired. Joe Carney says, great session. Thanks, Joe. I try and do things usefully, you know. I do my best. All I can do is just brain dump what comes out of my brain. I do research some of it and things like that as well, but you know, you can only do what you can do. Just a little bit of corporate pushing of things, because that's what we have to do from time to time. If you where is it? Yeah, we've got an offer on at the moment. Excuse me. For 12 months. Yes, it's okay. So it's been a long week. I feel like it's been an 18-day week, but we've got an offer on at the moment. If you scan that code up there, see, I told you by Friday I'd be able to point it properly, or you go to this URL along here. If you're on an older version of Rad Studio, particularly if you're on Delphi 7, come on, you know, that's like 20 odd years old. But if you are on an older version of Delphi, now's the time to upgrade. You know, you're going to get 20% off, and you're also going to get a year's maintenance free. What that means is the reality of a year's maintenance free means that you will get the next version of Delphi included. And Nigel says, I still have a year left to go on my licenses. Nigel, send me your serial number and we'll cancel it for you. Just joking. But if you've got a year's maintenance, then it means that the next version that comes out of Delphi, which we are currently calling 12, you'll get that included in your maintenance, and you won't have to pay for it extra for it to upgrade or anything like that. It'll be included. We've already published a couple of blogs about what we want to try and include in version 12. I have to legally, I'm required to actually say it's a forward-looking statement. We can't make an absolute guarantee that anything is going to appear until the GA, the general availability release. So we do what we can to tell you that. Idera, as our parent company, actually now prevent us from producing roadmaps. Again, I think that's a legal decision or something like that. We get asked all the time, are we going to produce a roadmap? The answer is no, we're not. And that is not necessarily our choice. It is someone with a much higher pay grade and a much better car who's making those decisions, I believe, for very good reasons. I don't think they're just being mean. I think it's a legal technicality because there are many territories we're in and things like that, and lots of complicated rules about it. If you say something and then it doesn't happen, you get sued and stuff like that. But anyway, 20% off, and I can see several of you scanning that code, so thanks for that. I appreciate it. By the way, I don't get anything extra. I get to keep my job if the company doesn't go bust. But apart from that, I'll just brush that bit of whatever it is off my shoulder. But I don't get any commission. But I really, I do try and encourage people by showing you what Rad Studio can do. You saw that little app with the sunrise and the weather moving around, and it's like 20 lines of actual code and I don't know how many lines of commentary, comments in the code. It just shows how powerful Rad Studio is, and I mean that. You can do similar things with things like Flutter and stuff like that, but Rad Studio knocks spots off it for being portable to all sorts of systems. And I've got nothing against Flutter. I just think Rad Studio is better. And that's fact. Right. So what else have we got? Let's go and have a look at a couple of things. Oh yes, and another thing that I need to remind you of as well is that if first of all, the standard, so I sound like an influencer, and then one day maybe I'll get a YouTube tick or whatever it is that they say, play button, isn't it? It's silver play button, but we won't. But if you're watching on YouTube, that means YouTube, can you do me a really big personal favor? If you like what we're doing, can you click the like button, okay, on the streams that you see? If you're watching a stream now on YouTube, please click like. And if possible, can you click on it's probably over here, okay, click on the little, like an alarm bell icon and subscribe. It doesn't do anything like spam you or anything like that. What it does is encourages you to be presented with other Delphi videos and videos by Embarcadero and Learn Delphi and LearnC++.org if you like C++. It's actually, we've discovered it's actually quite important. We don't get any extra money for it. We do not actually monetize, I think is the phrase. We don't monetize the YouTube channel. We actually block off all advertising. Obviously, quite often we're talking about our own products, which I suppose would count for advertising, but we specifically do not monetize our channel. We don't get any ad revenue or anything like that. So clicking on like and subscribe, and all it does is a benefit to you, and plus it gives us some feedback that we know you like it. And if you hate it, well, okay, that's fine as well. I'd rather know that we're doing something wrong and we can adjust it than just blindly assume that everything we do is correct and good. Okay, so I'll leave that up there. So the other thing is, if you are asking about replays, which I get asked a lot in the chats and things like where are the slides, where the replays, where the example code. If you click on our little QR code there, or you go to this site here, if you have not registered yet and you're watching the stream, please register. Again, we're not going to spam you with loads of, we're not going to sell your details to, some kind of silk hat shop or whatever. The email will be relating to this, and it'll be relating to Embarcadero content from our social media people. Our social media people do a very good job of putting stuff out. I'm just the front man. My face is on the screen. There's a whole ton of people behind the scenes doing all the proper work, and I just get to talk and look cool, or not cool, as the case may be. Very, very hot as well. But if you go there and register, you will get an email with all the links automatically, and that includes the entire day's replay, which is like the full 7 hours or whatever we're doing. We're doing a slightly shorter one today, but a full 7-hour replay and the individual videos as well. So go and register if you haven't already. Okay, so let's go to some of the questions, because there have been some questions. Nigel Armstrong. Okay. Actually, Nigel, this is one question I can answer because it has been posted on the blog, and so we can talk about it. It's sometimes difficult because we have a lot of non-disclosure agreements and legal contracts that prevent us talking about things because we're, contracting with people to do something or paying something, or just generally we don't want people to know until it's ready. But this question here is actually one that was posted on the blog. If Skier for Delphi is faster than FMX in some situations, will it be replacing any part of FMX structure? Okay, just a correction on what that is. Skier for Delphi enhances FMX. Okay, it works with FMX, and it does replace some of the canvas and the drawing, and then adds capabilities on top. And Skier, if you're not aware of it, go and look at our many sessions about Skier. Skier is a open source project that is used by Google, Microsoft. It's in Flutter. It's in all sorts of places. TMS use it in some of their stuff as well. And Nigel says he understands. Sorry, I'm not aiming this at you, Nigel. This is generally for other people as well. But what Skier for Delphi does is use that library. Now, it incorporates that library into FMX, and then it speeds up some of the things that FMX is doing, and by a lot. We did some benchmarks, and we've had people come back and tell us on the skierfordelphi.org website that it's hugely faster. And because of that, we aim to have Skier incorporated in the next version of Delphi, the next major version. And for some of our customers, they've got the ability to have a look at some of that, what's going on. We're not available to do a public beta right now, and I can't promise that we will do either. But if you stay tuned to our social media and all the rest of it, if a beta does transpire for regular people, then get in there and see what's in there. But I can tell you for sure, just by including the Skier for Delphi components, you'll get a boost in your FMX. So thanks for asking, Nigel. Appreciate it. What else have we got? Yes, there was also a question. I'll correct this as well, which is something I said and I was wrong, because I was kind of talking about Rad Studio as a whole. Community Edition cannot produce Linux applications, and that is true. Actually, one of the things about the Community Edition is that it's iOS, and Android, and Windows. Okay. And I think Mac OS as well, actually. Yeah. And the Linux part of it is only available in the enterprise and architect versions. So I did probably say Linux, and I probably left people with the wrong impression. Community Edition can't do Linux, can't target Linux. That uses a thing called FMX Linux, which is an add-on that comes with the enterprise version. Having said that, you can do all the things you need to do that I showed in the demo with the Community Edition. So the completely free Community Edition will allow you to do the things that I showed you there. I'm just seeing if I've got a QR code for the Community Edition. I do not. That's fine. Just scan that code, And when you go there, you'll get to the community edition page, and it's free. It's only free if you meet the guidelines for that particular product. So if you're earning more than a certain amount per year, you are not part of the license. You're not covered by that license, and you do need to buy a paid version. The paid version, really, if you're earning more than a certain amount of income, then the paid version actually effectively pays for itself as part of your tools for your trade. And I get people say it's incredibly expensive, and I get some countries, RAD Studio can work out quite expensive for some people in certain markets. The thing to do there is probably to speak to your resellers and things like that and see what they can do. Like the special offer we've got going at the moment, that knocks 20% off the price like that. So, 20% is not to be sneezed at. Why not save some money if you can, especially right now? And salespeople are going to love me for saying this, aren't they? But I'm not here primarily to sell. I'm here to advocate for the product, not the other way around, and actually advocate for you guys, developers. Okay, so I'm sorry about that. If I left you with the impression that you could have Linux with the community edition, that is not correct. I apologize. And also, because my AC is out, my air conditioning is out, it's super hot here. It's going to be 43 centigrade or 112 Fahrenheit later. I have no air conditioning, which is why I'm glowing. And I can't say your handle there, but it's also very hot there, which and it's unusual for your region, so you don't have AC at home. I just want to say about this, I've been moaning like a little baby about how hot I am. I do have very big fans behind me, which actually is interfering with my microphone a bit. And I never forget that I am a British American. I live in the United States. I live in Dallas, in Texas. And I do fairly well for myself, and I am privileged, and I acknowledge how privileged I am and how lucky I am to be in that position, because many people around the world, and some of you guys probably watching this now, are not in that fortunate position. So my heart goes out to you. I met a guy yesterday when I was out buying a fan whose name was, I think I mentioned it to Caesar, his name was Ian, and it was funny because he's Mexican, and he described himself as the only Mexican Ian in the world. Yeah, I don't know whether that's true, but he also was saying that his air conditioning is out. And the difference is his air conditioning has been out for a week, and so he's been suffering what I've been suffering for over a week. And I think that might have been down possibly due to his circumstances. So as much as I moan about the air conditioning, that's why I'm here, powering through doing this conference, because I'm very lucky. So yeah, sorry if I moan too much, but hey, I am hot. I think I'm allowed to moan a bit. Okay. And also Patrick said about don't take a mobile phone to a party, because I said earlier on, when you look back at old code, it's like looking back at a videotape, or not a videotape, but a movie of a party you went to where you woke up in the morning and thought, oh, that was a really great party, and then someone shows you the video of what actually happened at the party. Oh no, what did I do? And that's like that with old code. If you go back, I don't care how long you've been a developer, whether it's a month or 30 odd years, you will look back at some old code and go, oh my word, did I really write that? It's so awful. It doesn't matter how good you are, you will occasionally look back at some code and think, I'm so embarrassed, I'm never letting anybody see that. The downside of my job is, of course, that actually quite often my code does get seen by people, not just a few, but thousands of people, like in this conference. So there you go. It's great stuff. So we're doing pretty well for time, really. If you've got some questions, go through and please ask them. The RAD offer, we're going to keep that up there for now. And we've got some more sessions on. So I'm going to spend a couple of minutes just explaining about today's sessions. If you are waiting to see sessions based on what you saw earlier in the week for the schedule, depending on where you come from, unfortunately today has been a bit of a beast. And unfortunately, some of the sessions have not made it through to this final day. And so we're actually going to finish an hour earlier because we can. And but we're also going to swap some of the sessions around. My mobile app development one replaced a session from another developer. I just felt that it would be probably better to explain it a slightly different way to the way they were explaining it. Nothing wrong with them. It's just that their point of view didn't really gel up with how I saw things. And I'm the developer advocate, so I get to choose, and that's what I did. Come and blame me. If you think I did wrong, then let me know. That's fine. But, I hold my hand up for it. It's my responsibility. I have the not the authority, but I certainly have the leeway within the company to make certain decisions about these kind of things, and I made it, and so blame me. And we also had to move another couple of other sessions around as well, because we just could not get them together in time. So the one that we were going to have from Jeff to do with P4D, which is our Python for Delphi stuff, unfortunately isn't going to make it. I am going to hold him to make him do it another time. He's actually been through a typhoon and a tornado, and now he's sick as well. I think probably because he's traveling around a lot as well. He's in Japan. I hope he's safe. In fact, I know he's safe. He's messaged me. But the Nexus DB guys, great guys, but they couldn't just make this particular session. So we've swapped that for a different session. And Richard Hatherall, we've had to swap him around as well. So if you're tuning in going, here's that session that I booked up for, what happened to it? Sorry, sometimes these things happen. Producer Martha is like the supreme organizer of absolutely everything. If it was down to me, we'd have like one session and everything else would be a failure. She is an incredible organizer and slightly terrifyingly good at it, and she's done her best. But developers sometimes they don't make it through. Sometimes those sessions don't turn up on time. So there you go. But every single person did do a session and even tried to do a session. I personally appreciate what you did. It's a lot of effort. For every hour of video that you see on these presentations, someone has probably worked 4 or more hours getting that ready. It doesn't just happen like that, like a live presentation on a stage or something like that, where it's the hour that you're doing it. But even that live presentation on a stage takes many, many hours of preparation, because it looks like it just rolls off nice and easy, but it really doesn't. It's much more complicated than that. So anyway, that's where we're at. Let's see what we're doing with the chat. I think I've filled time sufficiently. Oh, there was one question actually about now, who was it? Starred your question as well. Sorry. They were asking about styles, FMX styles, and could their app be made to look like the Embarcadero website? Which, our website design is copyright, right? Just saying, you can't just, rip us off. But there was a good reason why they wanted to do it, and it is because they're doing a product that they wanted to make it look like it fits in. And I get that, and we can talk about, the ins and outs of how close their design is later. And they were saying, is there a design that actually does closely match that thing? The answer is I don't know. There are so many designs. If you go to delphistyles.com, Delphi Styles, literally as it sounds, .com, and you can go there. There are dozens and dozens of styles there. If you've got Rad Studio, if you go to Tools, get it Package Manager, and then look in the styles, there are dozens in there as well. The question was, what's the one that looks the best? And several people, including myself, said, well, it's kind of aesthetic thing. What style looks the best? I like Carbon, for example, which is one of the styles. But I also like the Windows 11 styles for Windows. There's a Windows 11 dark style and a light style, and I use those. If you want to know more about how to dynamically load styles, go to my repository, github.com/check digits. And in there's a thing called Delphi Dark Mode, which allows you to detect and swap themes between light mode and dark mode themes automatically on Windows. And in there's some code that allows you to dynamically load a theme. and it shows you how to do it. There's also some blog posts that talk about how to dynamically load in themes into a combo box, and then you can let the users click on it and download the style that way, which is how I do it in some of my apps. I've got quite a number of apps that have dynamic themes, and user choices are quite allowing them to do things. Anyway, the good news is Richard has turned up, and I'm particularly grateful to him. And he's also managed to get his session going, which is good because he's one of my favorite sessions as well. Richard is a very, very smart guy. He's British, of course he's smart, right? But he writes, his company's Appercept, and he writes an SDK that allows you to communicate with Amazon AWS. I'm being asked if there's a link for those dynamic themes. I'll put those in the chat in a moment. But Appercept AWS SDK is a really great set of tools. And here's Richard Hatherall, and we might run over a bit at the end of it to get a Q&A as well, because he's a smart guy for the Q&A. But here we go. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Speak to you later.
Hello and welcome to Extending Existing Platforms into the Cloud with Appercept AWS SDK for Delphi. I'm Richard Hatherall from Appercept, author of the Appercept AWS SDK for Delphi and Embarcadero MVP for Delphi. So before we move on, let me just explain where this talk comes from. So I was recently in Salamanca for the International Pascal Congress, and Antonio Zapata from Embarcadero asked me if I'd like to demo the Appercept SDK as a part of his series of talks on cloud computing. And as a part of his series, he was talking about things like RAD server, which is an Embarcadero product for building REST services and so on. And our conversations led down the path, well, some people will have deployments that already exist, but they might want to make use of cloud services. And how do you do that, especially if the clients are mobile clients? And we'll have a look at that now. So the scenario. So Antonio kindly sent me over a project we're going to see in action shortly, which is basically a mobile or desktop application that connects to a RAD server. So a set of REST endpoints backed by an InterBase database. And we want to extend that with file submission. So we want to be able to take a photo on the app and then submit it to our platform. The problem is, if we submit to our platform, if it's whether it's RAD server or whether it's any JSON RESTful service, if we suddenly start pushing large files to it, whether that's pictures or videos or any other large files, we're probably going to find ourselves with capacity issues before too long. So we need to find a way to extend into the cloud, to make use of the cloud, because after all, that's one of the things that we can benefit from is its ability to scale and provide capacity on demand. And the other thing is, storing large files is probably not best suited in something like InterBase, which is a relational database management service. It's technically you can store blobs in it, but it's probably not the most efficient thing to do. So let's think about a solution. First of all, we could talk from our servers to the cloud. And that would solve the problem that we don't store files in our relational data. But it doesn't solve every problem. We would need to add some credentials. That's fine. We've got a private server, so we can safely, securely store credentials for accessing the cloud. That's great. But it doesn't resolve our capacity issues. So let's consider going straight to the cloud. So we want to submit our files from our mobile applications straight to Amazon S3. So that will reduce the capacity, that will reduce the load, the bottleneck we would have created by going through our servers. That's now removed. So we should be able to submit huge volumes of data to our platform. The problem we've got here is credentials on the client. How do we resolve this? How do we get to credentials? Now on the server, we could safely store them. If we were deployed on Amazon Web Service servers on EC2, we could potentially have just been granted credentials to do what we need from the server. We wouldn't have even need to set credentials, and the AWS SDK would just resolve those for us. But if we're on mobile devices, there's no source for credentials. So how do we go about getting that? So the Amazon solution is temporary credentials. Now, temporary credentials in Amazon are provided by the AWS Security Token Service. And we ask for temporary credentials. There's a number of methods to ask for temporary credentials, but the one we're looking at here, the one probably the most common used one is assume role. So we would make a request to STS. It would come back to us with a set of temporary credentials for the role that we've asked for, and then our web service is going to send those down on request down to our mobile application. And then our mobile application will be able to use those credentials to directly access the cloud. So we are now acting as a broker. We are a credentials broker for our application. So our application, it doesn't need to know anything about STS. Our server application knows about STS. It knows the details about how we get credentials. And all our mobile app does is make a REST request for some credentials. It's our server that takes care of that and returns them. Now, STS tokens, STS credentials are issued with a lifespan. That can be anything from 15 minutes to 12 hours, but by default, they're normally about an hour. So your application does need to be designed to refresh those tokens. Whenever they expire, it needs to reach out to your service again, say, hey, can I have some more credentials? And your service then needs to resolve them and issue them back to the client. But that should be pretty straightforward, and we'll see that in action in the demos. So here's an example of an assume role. So you need some credentials with permissions to assume the role. So your credentials are going to be for they're either going to be issued to you if you're on EC2 or on ECS. You can be issued a service role credential automatically by those services. And as I say, the AppSept AWS SDK can automatically resolve those for you. You don't need to configure that. If you're deployed on EC2 or ECS, they will be detected and resolved automatically. If you are deployed on your own on-prem system, like I would imagine most existing platforms that want to work in this way probably are, you need to create a user, and that user needs to have permission to assume a role. So the role that you create to be assumed that gives the permissions has to have a trust relationship with the user that you are making the calls from, and we'll see that we'll see how to create that shortly. And then so the second bit of information you need is you need the Amazon resource name of the role you want to assume, and you can see here an example on line 12. That's an Amazon resource name, and then you need to have a session name for this role assumption. So this is going to be a piece of data that STS uses. It will log that into AWS CloudTrail if that's enabled on your account, and it can be used for tracing issues later on. But you generate that piece of information, and then we call assume role, and we say if it's successful, we can do something with the credentials. So you can. It's worth noting here. We're not going to see this here, but you can attach an optional policy. So the role that we define has one set of permissions attached to it. Those permissions are the boundaries of what the role can do. If, for example, you say on this role it can read and write everything within an S3 bucket, but on your server you know what users should and shouldn't have access to. Say, for example, you want to create an area for people to store their own files. You can define folders for those users, and you can say, I'm going to attach a policy that is going to be used in conjunction with this assume role, and the permissions become effectively an intersection between what the role provides and what your policy provides. So you can't go wider than the role, you can't grant more permissions than the role, but you can narrow the permissions to be more appropriate for that particular session. So let's jump right into the demo now and see how this all works. Before we start building things, let's have a quick look at our starting point. So the application I've received is this. It's installed on my device. Let's launch it here. It's basically a case management software. You can add more cases. I'm just going to tap on case 1, and I'm then going to tap the note icon on the top right hand corner. And there you go, I've added a text note to this case, and if I click the photo, I've got the user interface to add a photo here, and I can take a photo, I can use a photo, and then I've got a user interface here to add a little description to the image if I want, and then to push the button in the bottom right hand corner to send it, but it does nothing at the moment because there's nothing behind the scenes that's connected up. So let's have a quick look here at the starting point that Antonio sent over to me. He sent me over a project group with 2 projects in it. One of them is RAD server, which is the RAD server component, and another is FMX, which is the mobile application. But if we have a quick look at the server side first, it's very simple. We have a data module that takes care of all of the business data, and then based on my conversation with him, he implemented a credentials endpoint here. So the idea of this credentials endpoint is it's a resource called credentials, and this is going to return a JSON payload which at the minute is just dummy data. We can have a quick look at that. If we say localhost 8080/credentials, we get back that JSON payload. So because we've kept it really simple as well at the moment, there's no authentication in this application. In a real world application, you would have a layer of authentication that means those credentials wouldn't be accessible like that. But to keep this demonstration really simple, we've left that authentication and authorization out. So that's the server side. And then if we look at the FMX app, I'm going to ignore the forms and frames. The user interface isn't what we're talking about here. We've got a modules.database, which is an internal database for handling the data that we retrieve from the API in memory. So we're not going to look at that. The two areas we're going to look at is we have an API for API access. This has an EMS provider, a TEMS provider here, and it's configured with a cases and a files and a credentials endpoint. So the credentials endpoint is what we're really focusing on. It's simply it's connected up to the EMS provider, and it's the resource credentials. And there is a credentials, a TREST response, credentials response here that is configured so we can deal with the JSON that comes back from this. There's nothing really interesting in code at the moment. There's no code that's going to help us particularly here. Right now, we need to do something about that. We have a modules.cloud. So this is our cloud module. So there's no components in it, but there's some interface here that's used in the rest of the application. And there's two functions, there's a function retrieve image for getting back an image from our S3 bucket, and there's a store image here, and that is for actually storing a file an image that we capture, and there's some callback procedures for the user interface, so they know when the file's been stored. So we're now going to need to do something about these. At the minute, as you can see, there is nothing in these implementations. That's why nothing happens when you try taking a photo on the app. Okay, let's actually get to work. The first thing we do before we jump into Delphi is make sure we've got the resources we need in Amazon. So to do that, I'm going to create a bucket, and we're going to call that Coding Bootcamp extending, and it's in the same region that we've been working in the demos so far. And I'm just going to hit create on that, create bucket. So now we have a bucket to send photos to. I'm going to hop over to the Identity and Access Management console, and we're going to create a user. We're going to need a user for the RAD server service to access. So we're just going to create a user, and we'll call it RAD server. And I'm just going to say next, and then I'm just going to create it without any permissions right now. We're just going to say next, and then we're going to create that user. I'm going to go into this user, and I'm going to generate some security access keys for it, some credentials, so I can use it. So I can put these stored on the RAD server for the server to use. So if I hit create an access key, I'm just going to say it's an application running outside AWS, and I'm going to say next, and then I'm just going to describe what that's for, rad server, and we'll just say create access key, and it gives me an access key here. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to just store that somewhere for the time being. I'm going to copy the secret access key, and I'm going to store that for use in a moment. I'm going to configure a profile in the AWS config of the RAD server to use those credentials. So I'm now done there. So I'm going to hit continue on that. We're then going to need a role to assume to give the permissions we need. So we don't necessarily need permissions directly on that service account, because we're going to grant them through a role that's being assumed. So if I go to roles and hit create role, we're going to create a custom trust policy, and I am going to, in fact, I'm just going to say add principal, and I'm going to add the principal as an IAM user, and I'm going to just quickly paste in here the Amazon resource name of that user that we just created. So that is saying, in fact, we can say allow RAD server. It's going to allow our RAD server user to assume this role, and then I'm going to say next. And I'm not going to create a policy here right now. I'm just going to say next, and then I'm just going to create this role. Oh, I need to give it a name, so we're going to call it RAD server users. So this is the role that users of RAD server of our RAD server instance are going to potentially have access to. So I'm going to create that role. Create. And then I'm just going to go into that RAD server users role, and I'm just going to create an inline policy, and I'm going to just paste in some JSON here, and I'll explain what it is. So this is two statements in this policy. Allow reading buckets. So for the we are going to allow the actions S3 bucket get location and S3 list bucket for the resource of the Coding Bootcamp extending bucket, and we are allowing that. And then we are allowing reading and writing bucket content. So I'm saying here I'm allowing get object and I'm allowing put object on the same bucket for any objects within that bucket, that asterisk there, and I'm allowing that. So I'm just going to say next on that, and oh, I need a policy name. Sorry, we'll call this allow S3 allow RAD server S3 access. So we'll create that. So that's now created, and we should have all of the resources we need. Let's start by implementing store image. With store image, we're going to accept an image stream, which is going to be the contents, and then we have a callback, a progress callback to say when things are done, and a finished callback to say when it's fully complete. So first thing we need to do is we need to import S3. We know we're going to use S3, and we need an S3 client. So I'm going to create a property here that will lazily initialize an S3 client. So prop ro S3 client, and that's an IS3 client and let's get S3 client, and we're going to need a field for that to store that. So fs3 client, and that's is3 client. So we're going to say if we have an S3 client assigned, we're just going to early exit with that. Otherwise, we are going to have to initialize it. So let's say fs3 client equals ts3 client dot create, and let's just make sure we set the result to fs3 client to return it. But we're going to need some options here for our demo. We know we're running in the EU West 2 region, so I'm just going to make sure we have some options here, and we're also going to need some credentials to make sure that this is going to work. Remember, we're in a mobile application which doesn't have a source of credentials, so the SDK isn't going to magically load in some configured credentials, so we're going to need to tell it where to get credentials from. So if we quickly say we have a ls3 options is an is3 options, and we're going to say ls3 options equals ts3 options, and ls3 options dot region equals it's EU West 2 we're working in, and let's just move this up a little bit. ls3 options dot credentials equals, and we'll just optimistically write credentials there, and that's going to be a property. So let's do another read-only property called credentials, and that's going to be an IAWS credentials provider, and we'll say get credentials. Now we need to make sure that we bring in, if we're using credentials providers, aws.core, and we're going to have a stored set of credentials, f credentials. Now these, because they're going to be temporary credentials, they're going to be expiring. So so let's define that our f credentials is an IAWS expiring credentials. So we know. So I know that expiring credentials also implement a credentials provider. So when we get credentials, I can say result equals f credentials, and that's not assignment compatible straight away, but I can say as IAWS credentials provider, and that's going to work because the TAWS expiring credentials that we provide later implements both of those. What we're going to say is if assigned f credentials and not f credentials dot is expired, then we are going to early exit with the f credentials as the IAWS credentials provider. So if we don't have credentials, we are going to need to get them from somewhere, and that's going to be f credentials equals we're going to get them from we're going to fetch them from our API. So I'm going to use our API module there. And it's going to be API module.fetch credentials. We haven't implemented that yet, so we're now going to need to go and fix that. So let's hop over to our API to fix that. So in our API, we are going to need that method, which is function fetch credentials, and that's going to return an IAWS expiring credentials, and we're going to need to import the AWS core for that. And let's complete that. And what we're going to do is we're going to save us a little bit of time here, I'll just paste in some code. And this is just saying if we've got a problem, first of all, we're setting result to nil. So if an exception happens, the result is just going to be nil. But we are going to create a set of expiring credentials, TAWS expiring credentials, and we are going to get the JSON values out of the response for credentials.accessKey ID, credentials.secretAccessKey, and credentials.expiration and credentials.sessionToken. And bear in mind that the expiration coming back is going to be an ISO 8601 formatted date. So we use from date utils, you use ISO 8601 to date there for us to get that. So that should now be everything we need for fetching the credentials. And that, if we go back to our get credentials in the cloud module, that is implemented, and that's all we should need for that module. Now let's move on to actually implementing the store image. Now I'm going to quickly paste in this method because it is a little bit involved, but I'll step you through what this does. So we need a key to store the upload to, and we're generating a string. We're formatting a string with a date and time with a .png extension on the end of it. The image that's coming in here should be a PNG format image. We just make sure, just in case this stream hasn't been reset to 0, I'm just seeking to the beginning of the image. And then we're going to make a put object request, and we're going to put it to a bucket name, but we don't have a bucket name at the minute. So I'm just going to go up into the private declarations here, and I'm going to put a constant called bucket name, and that is Coding Bootcamp extending. And let's go back to our store image. So that's now resolved that problem. I'm going to tell the request that the content type that is coming in is an image/PNG. I have an onSendData callback attached to this request, which is basically going to just pass that progress detail on to our progress callback. So the user interface can, if it chooses, it can update something to show it's being uploaded. And then we actually call the response here. We call the put object client action of the client and we restore the response, and we just check here that the response is successful, and if the finished callback is assigned, we are calling the finished callback, and we are providing the location in the bucket so the file can be later retrieved. So that is storing the image. So let's quickly just go and look at retrieve image now. This is a lot more simple, and let's just quickly write this in here. We're going to have an L response, and this is an IS3 get object response, and we're going to just say, to start off with, the result is nil, and we're just going to say L response equals S3 client. You see, we've done all of the hard work already. We can use the S3 client and say dot get object, and we are getting an object from the bucket that we know, and we are getting the key that we are being asked for. And then we say if L response dot is successful, we then set the result to be a T bitmap dot create from stream, and we are creating it from the L response dot body. And that should be everything we need for retrieving images. Let's jump in now to actually generating the credentials on the RAD server side. So we're going to open the RAD server module for credentials. And what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to provide some data in this JSON object. What we can do here is in fact, let's take a look how we would do that. We're going to say, let's get some credentials, and they're going to be AWS expiring credentials. Now, we know from our work on the front end that for expiring credentials, we need to import the AWS core. And we will then say L credentials equals, and we're just going to say it's going to be the result of a function called fetch credentials. So let's quickly just go and make that functions by AWS expiring credentials and complete that. Okay. So what we're going to say is that method might return as nil. What we're going to do is say if an error talking to STS happens, we're just going to return nil. So here we're going to respond appropriately in some way to our REST request here. So instead of just returning an internal server error, we're going to say if not assigned L credentials, then we're going to do something with the response. We're going to say a response dot raise, let's just raise a not found, say okay, we couldn't find any credentials, and we need two arguments here, and we'll just say not found, and we'll say something like could not retrieve credentials. So we know now, if we've got here, we know we have some credentials, so we can just fill this in saying L credentials dot access key ID, and we can say L credentials dot expiration, but expiration is a T-date time, so we're going to need to do something with that. So we're going to say date to we're going to need a date utility. So let's just quickly go and add system.dateutils, and we're going to do date to ISO 8601, and that should hopefully expires. That is the method we're looking for there. And then let's do L credentials dot secret access key and L credentials dot session token. Now I should remember to tell you, I think it should go without saying that we're returning credentials here on our endpoint, and for our demo purposes here we're just using plain HTTP, but in the real world you will definitely want to make sure that you have got SSL TLS configured on your services, otherwise people may be able to snoop on your credentials. Even though they're short-lived, you should make sure that you have transport security there. So right, so let's have a look at our fetch credentials. So this is going to be, so we're going to talk to STS now. So let's just make sure that we have here aws.sts imported, and then I'm just going to define some local variables here, and we're going to have an lsts options, there's an ISTS options, and we're going to have an LSTS client is an ISTS client, and then we're going to have an L response, and the action we're going to use from the security token service is called assume role. So that will be ISTS assume role response. So we said that we're going to return nil if anything happens, so let's just set result to nil straight away here. And let's just say we have an L STS options equals TSTS options, and we're going to say LSTS options dot profile equals Coding Bootcamp. So that's the AWS config profile that I'm using for this server. It's configured with the credentials that I created earlier on to access the RAD server user, which has no direct permissions, but we created a role with trust assigned to it that allows the RAD server user to assume that role. So let's have an LSTS client equals TSTS client dot create LSTS options, and we're going to say try, but it's not a finally, it's just an accept, and I'll just put a note here saying we're returning nil, but let's just be slightly better behaved here, and we're just going to say it's only for ESTS. So we might expect STS exception to we might expect that to happen. If it's something else, we should probably just internal server error because it's not expected. But in this case, we're returning nil if it's an STS thing. Maybe STS is saying we're too busy at the minute or something. In which case, we're just going to end up returning a not found response here. So, as we said, we're going to call LSTS client.assume role. In fact, let's just make sure that L response is going to be the result, and we're going to provide two arguments here, and the arguments are I'm going to just copy in. I believe I have a note here. There we go. This is the Amazon resource name of the role that we are going to assume, and then we need the second argument. I'm just going to quickly paste in a value here, and it is just I'm just creating a session. So this is the session name. I'm just creating a effectively, well, not entirely random, but a generated value here based on the current date and time, with a rad prefix on it. You should probably, in fact, it would be recommended to put some more context information in here. So if you're in a real world application and you've got users signed in here, you probably want to put some user details in here, maybe a username or a user identifier of some kind. That way, when administrators are investigating issues on Amazon Web Services, if, as best practice suggests, they have got the Amazon AWS Cloud Trail enabled on the account, they'll be able to trace through STS requests and see what external users were effectively using the service. So it's a good idea to put some kind of context that helps you trace, in the event that something you're not sure about is going on, rather than just putting a static value in here, which means nothing to you. So that we then need to take this response, and we then need to say if the lResponse dot is successful, we're going to say that the result equals lResponse dot credentials, and that is everything we should need to do for the RAD server. So let's hop over and see what happens in our application now. Okay, before we get into the demo of what we've now built, there's just a couple of things I need to deal with. One is we need to close the old RAD server, and we need to build and run a new RAD server. And there's something else I just wanted to check in the cloud that I think I probably forgot. And that is right, I have forgotten to set the client's options. So that would mean that these options we've created here actually wouldn't have been initialized with the client. So it would have gone through default behavior, and it wouldn't have connected to the right region or the right or used the right credentials. So hopefully now we should be able to hit F9. Let's go. Okay, so now I can see that the app has launched on my phone. So I'm going to do as we did before. I'm going to tap into case 1, and we have the text note there from before. Now I'm going to take a photo, and there is our Lego Dino, and then use photo, and then describe the image. Then we're going to hit the go button, and there we go. We've got a Lego Dino attached to this record, and if I tap into Lego Dino, you can see the picture, and that is the demo. If I quickly hop over to our S3 bucket, you can see inside our extending bucket, wherever it is, here it is, an uploads, and there is a file that we created. Okay, so that was extending existing platforms into the cloud with the AppSept AWS SDK for Delphi. Thank you for joining me on this talk. The samples we've seen today aren't in the AWS SDK Delphi samples But there are other interesting samples for you to go and check out on that GitHub repo. You can jump over to my website, appercept.com, and see when things are updated. You can tweet me at ApperceptHQ, follow me for updates whenever I make a release of the AWS SDK, I announce it there. And if you've got any questions otherwise, you can email me at support@appercept.com. The QR code in the top right is with the Embarcadero logo is a link to the Embarcadero Get It Now for the AWS SDK. It is available to RAD, Studio and Delphi subscribers of Enterprise and Architect.
Well, first of all, good news. My air conditioning is fixed, so I will not be radiating out heat for the rest of the afternoon. And Richard and I have been chatting about it in our little private chat behind here, making jokes about Hyacinth Bucket or Bouquet, lady of the house. Anyway, Richard, are you there? I believe you're there live. Is that right?
Hello,
yes, you are.
I am.
So many non-British people are going to wonder what on earth we're talking about when we do it.
I was going to say that was a very British reference.
Richard. Yes, I know. It's a long story, and I'm not going to explain it. Let them Google it and work it out. Let's see what it is. Brilliant demo. You're a remarkable presenter, and what I like about it as well is that your demos are full of lots of code, which is really good because we try to balance it out during the week. Yeah, I mean, we try to balance out during the week between code and visual stuff. And some people don't like the visual stuff. They want to see lots of code. And some people don't like the code. They want to see the visual stuff. But it's an SDK. So what are you going to do? Show them, okay, you show them an image, but that's it. So it's one of those things. So I did start some questions. You asked about Conrad, and who I recognize. He comes on these conferences quite a lot. And he asked you this: if someone knows the get credentials endpoint, they could still impersonate your app. Should you also secure the endpoint with some other token embedded in the client app? Over to you.
Yes. So I probably didn't, maybe I didn't make this clear enough at the start. This is a demo app was really trying to present that there are users of an existing system like a RAD server system. To simplify things, we didn't involve all of the authentication of that. But in real world, you will want to protect that credentials endpoint appropriately. You might actually choose not to protect it. You might choose to issue some special guest credentials for your application. But your application server will probably decide what credentials to appropriately give. But most scenarios, certainly in corporate systems and things, you would definitely want an authentication layer in front of that endpoint. So
there are horror stories of people getting it wrong with AWS, and I have seen them be nice about people that have made an absolute boo-boo and accidentally run up large bills, but it's not often that they do have much sympathy with people who are doing apps. I think that it's important to understand that the authentication part is actually quite a significant sort of thing that you need to focus on. If you don't know how to do the authentication, go away and learn it, because getting it wrong could potentially mean that either your free account suddenly stops working because there's a free tier that you get for a year or something like that, and there are limits on that, and eventually you'll stop being able to use your free.
And that's why I really like to push. On my previous session, I talked about Cognito. I wouldn't recommend to anybody to go and write their own authentication from scratch if they really don't know what they're doing. Use somebody else's authentication and authorization system.
Yeah, I had precisely this conversation with someone not only 3 days ago, where they were saying, "Oh, we'll just do it this way," and I'm like, Don't do that.
and the thing is, Cognito for that authentication, I mean, we talk about the costs of Amazon. I believe they're quite generous with that. They are. I think that for 50,000 users, up to 50,000 users, you can use Cognito for, I think, pretty much free. I think, the actual...
It is free, Yeah. I mean, actually, I looked through, because when one of your other sessions... when I was doing Amazon Poly, that's what it was. I used your SDK for the speaking space computer, as we called it, and I looked up the API because I didn't want to code it out and then suddenly cost myself $100 or something to do the app. And actually, I realised that it could have done an awful lot of stuff and get nowhere near to the free tier whatsoever. So I was quite surprised. And I looked through a few other things as well, like the Cognito, because you and I have discussed that for something else, that I have someone who wants to do some biometric authentication and then Cognito on top and a few other things as well. And I looked at that, and they're there to make money, and make no mistake, Amazon are about making money, but they don't really want to make too much money from the little guys. That's not really how they do business. They're looking at big corporates and bear in mind that Cognito is also a bit of a gateway for them. So they don't want to start charging you right up front for that entry service. They are going to make money off of you when you start doing clever things with AI and all the rest of it. So there are plenty of services. It's more expensive. I'm sure it's more computationally expensive as well, whereas Cognito probably isn't. And
exactly.
Cognito, I think the benefit of Cognito as well is that it contributes towards the security of their API, because they don't want people abusing their API, even if they can go and charge someone later. It's bad publicity, and I'm sure if I got a $50,000 bill one month, I would make sure everybody knew about it. and I think a lot of news outlets would come and knock on your door and ask about it.
I do quite a lot on Amazon Web Services, and my bill is never that big, but obviously I'm very careful about how I approach things. So I look at the pricing models on each service. So that is an important thing to do. But I've seen some pretty eye-watering Amazon bills at various places I've worked.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I write systems for some of the UK people, and they've got a hybrid hosting system where they use different providers, and Amazon being one of them. Ironically, probably down the line somewhere, the middle person they're using for an alternative is probably using Amazon, But I know that they had some servers there that were doing millions and millions of transactions every month, and I saw the bill once for one particular server where someone had got like a little Wi-Fi API point, and it was supposed to be for some, I think they were like turnstiles, to enter a building site or something. I'm not sure what it was, but someone realized it was Wi-Fi. They hadn't secured it properly. So this person was using this point to surf the internet, very poorly mapped security. But because of the way it was routing through servers out in AWS and all the rest of it, it racked up a massive bill. And tales of woe are common, I think, for not getting it right. So yeah, great demo. How are we doing for time? Oh, we've got a couple of minutes. So I just encourage people again to go to your website. Look, I'm going to try and point to it. I did it first time. See, it's taken me 5 days, and now I can say, there you go. Scan this QR code.
And it's nearly over now. So
I know. It's always the way. But the air conditioning's back, so I don't care. Yeah. So, but if they scan that code, they will go directly to your site. Your site explains everything. You've done 4 sessions this week. I've said to you multiple times. 3. 3?
Only 3.
Well, that's not good enough. I expect 4 from you.
I offered 3 to 4. And I'm now relieved that I didn't have to do the 4th, to be fair.
I told you, I've done 4, and it could have been 5. And if it wasn't for the air conditioning and me literally having an hour and a half sleep last night, I'm not kidding, I would have done 5. But there was just nothing I could do. Circumstances worked that way. But regardless, whether it was 1, 2, or 3, or 4, But 3, really appreciate it, because we've said multiple times before that people don't realize how much effort goes into this, and it is a lot of time. I said 4 hours, and you said you laughed at it because it was actually for some of them much more than that. Well, from us, I know it's benefiting your tech partner, and it benefits you as well, but actually it benefits us, and actually more importantly the developers out there. And hand on heart, I really appreciate it. You're a great guy. You and I get on well anyway. We chat away on other things about stuff, but from all of us, thanks very much, Richard. I really appreciate it. Thanks for your efforts.
It's been great. Thank you.
Okay, so we have to leave you, so bye. Have a good weekend, and enjoy the British and your stupid air conditioning that works for 2 minutes a year. I know you don't need it. Anyway, so thanks a lot. Okay, so we're going to go to the next session. This is from our wonderful Patrick Prematin, who is always answering questions in the chat, always, every day this week. He works like a demon for it. And this is about how to create a responsive design in a FireMonkey application. Patrick worries about the way he speaks English, so he's not going to appear live. I'm going to encourage him eventually to do it, but I totally get where it's coming from. But he will be available in the chat to answer questions whilst this session's on. Okay, I'll speak to you later. Have fun.
Welcome to this Coding Bootcamp 2023 Learn to Program session. How to create a responsive design in FireMonkey. I'm Patrick Pomartin, MVP Embarcadero, freelance developer, streamer on Twitch. Agenda. Way seeking responsive design in FireMonkey. Visual components in FireMonkey. Structure panel, encores, alignments, margins and paddings, layouts, available samples, live with Vig, and a lot of other things. This presentation is an update announced from 2019 webinar in French. It's also available on Serial Streamer like all my videos and on YouTube. If you search Interface Adaptive VCL for VCL version and Interface Adaptive FireMonkey for the FMX. Slides for this presentation and samples will be available on GitHub. Device specifications. Let's see some samples on devicesspecifications.com website. This is the device resolution in the display topic. You have another one. And others. Visual components in FireMonkey. VCL and FireMonkey are globally equivalent in terms of components, but some properties changed. Text property instead of caption in all components except for the T-form title. Position X, Y as a single instead of top left as integer in the VCL. Width and height are singles, except for the T-form size. We have no rotation, opacity level scaling for each visual component. We have also new components like animations, effects, and shapes. Rotation properties in FireMonkey. Each visual component has a property angle and center properties. Opacity in FireMonkey. FireMonkey components are drawn as bitmaps. They get an opacity property and can be transparent, partially or totally. Of course, the opacity don't change the click or other events. It's only a graphical thing. Scaling in FireMonkey. Each component has a scale property. It's like a zoom about the drawing size of the components. If you have a panel, or other container, changing the scale of the container changes the scale of each children of this component. Animation components in FireMonkey. In FireMonkey, we have animation non-visual components to change the values of a property of their parents. I can put a T-float animation on a button and change its properties, like property name. It will change the scale X from 0 to 1 as a loop with auto reverse, and I enable it. You can see it changes the X scale, size of the component, automatically. The other way is simply to use the property editor. On this label, I have the rotation angle, and I can create directly a T-float animation or a T-float key animation. It fills the property name by default. The parent of the animation is in the structure panel. In this case, I rotate the label with a loop. Effects components in FireMonkey. All visual components in FireMonkey are drawn on screen as bitmaps. We have effects components to alter their view, like for a T-button or T-edit. You can add a shadow effect on the button or sync. It's in the structure as a child of the component. For the tailed, I add two glow effects. One green to say the component value is okay. The other red to say the component value is wrong. Or you miss to write in it. Just enable, disable the effect to see the result on screen by code or in the form editor. Of course, you can change properties of the effects. Shapes components in FireMonkey. FireMonkey is a graphical framework. We have shapes to draw primitives. Lines, rectangle, ellipse, circle, and others. You also can download from Getit Radiant Shapes package with other forms. The forms are available in the style editor to change your component form and design. Each form has a stroke property to define the border. Look at the rectangle. And the fill property for the content of the shape. Structure panel. In FireMonkey and the VCL, the components have an owner property for create destroy features and a parent property. The structure panel shows us the tree of visual and non-visual components organized by parent children. Like in VCL, a visual component is displayed in a parent array. With no parent, nothing will be displayed. Don't forget them when you code. Unlike VCL, all FMX visual components can have children. But we also have containers. Parenting in FireMonkey. Like for VCL, we have a structure panel. In this structure panel, we have the parent-children components, and sometimes non-visual components. If I put a T-panel on my screen, I can have T-button and T-edit in it. When you see the structure, you have the form, the panel, and the button and edit. Of course, like in VCL, when you have components in a parent, you can align them inside the parent. And they adapt their size and position depending on the parent. Difference between VCL and FireMonkey is, in FireMonkey, all visual components can be a parent of other visual components. Let me put a label on the form and an edit inside the label. In the structure, we have parent and child. To display the two components, of course, when I move the label, I move the edit. To display the two components, I increase the size of the label, 50 for 8 pixels. I put the label text on leading for the vertical alignment on top, and the edit on bottom alignment in the label. And I have a label edit without coding anything. Of course, you also can put a button or anything else in an edit. The button will be right. With 2020, with 8 here. But it's inside the edit. If I write something in it, the button is over the text. I want to separate the two. So for the edit, I add a right margin. Width of the button plus space. 27, for example. And the button is moved right with the margin something like that. And I have an edit, a button linked to the edit, separated visually. Inside an edit, you can add other things, because we have specific buttons in FireMonkey. The button I've just added is a child of the edit, like the button I've added manually. And of course, if I move the edit, the other components move with it, because they are drawn in its array. Anchors. Visual components have positions, but can be anchored to their parents. It works like in VCL. An anchor impacts the position and size of a visual component. Anchors in FireMonkey. Like in VCL, all visual components have anchors property. I can put a button on my form, and the anchors property is left top for this component, like others, like in VCL. If I move the right bottom angle of the form, nothing happens. If I want the button follow this angle, I anchors it to right bottom, of course, without the others. Very useful when you have multiple sizes of a form. like a new button plus in an application, mobile application. If I want, I can also use the 4 sizes and move it. Of course, it has side effects. Alignments. FireMonkey provides us with a greater number of alignments than VCL to enable easier shaping. Some of them, however, remain a mystery to me. Alignments in FireMonkey. Just to see the difference, I create a VCL application with a simple button in the form. Align property is here with top, bottom, left, right, client, none, or something else. You can also change it with the speed change in contextual menu. For FireMonkey applications, we have some other alignments. Like for this button, we still have client, left, right, top, bottom, but also most left, most right, most top, most bottom, fit left, fit right, fit top, fit bottom to change the sizes and position of components depending of other component in the same parent. We also have alignment vertically or horizontally. Some weird things. We can center a component and use the contents of component. When I put a layout on the form, I can say it's centered in the form. I can put buttons on it, like for a menu. The 3 buttons are aligned top, with a margin to separate them. And little higher for click on tablets and smartphone. Is good, but center depends on other components in the form. I can put a rectangle there and put it on top of the screen. The center is not centered anymore. So we can put a layout, another one. Align as content of the screen, or its parent. If I move the first layout in the second one, the center is taken by, the center is applied. The center aligned is applied. The center is calculated from its parent. The parent is all form, and my menu is still in the center of the form. Margins and paddings. A margin is a space outside the component draw array. It's used when the components are aligned. The padding is a space inside the component, reducing its aligned children draw array. In VCL, you need to activate align with margins property if you want to use it. In FireMonkey, setting a margin or padding is enough. Margins and paddings. When I have components aligned in another component, we sometimes need to separate them. And for that we have margins and paddings. Like in VCL, we only have to specify the size in margins property for the external space between components and padding inside a component. Let me show you. I put these two components on top of the panel. I increase their size. And I want to separate them. So I use the external size, external margin. Here. And there I want to add a memo. For example, in the panel, the memo is client aligned. If I change the size of the panel, of course, the other components change because they are aligned, and the margins are calculated depending on the position. I want all components in the panel have a space inside the panel, so it's the padding property. Of course, the padding is added to the margins. If I remove the top, left and right, the padding is applied. If I add something here, they are added. The bottom is calculated for the other component, which has the top margins. To move it because it's a top aligned. You can specify the properties with the property editor or in the speed modifications. With this position, you have the draw zone of the component, a margin outside the component and the padding inside a component for its clients. Layouts. To group components and create complex designs, we have some layouts and of course classics containers too, like tPanel and Scrollbox. Putting a layout in a layout in a layout in a layout is a good way to manage alignments and other things where and how you want. Of course, don't forget to put other components in them. The layout. In VCL, we add a tPanel component with a border and a content. In FireMonkey, we have tPanel component, but also a transparent component to group visual components. It's the layout. The flow layout. The flow layout is a special layout component. It has also a flow layout break component inside. We can put a flow layout in a form with top alignment. I add buttons in it. And it works like a div in a website. If the size is enough, components are drawn in the same line And if it's not possible, the components are drawn outside the zone. The height of the flow layout is not calculated depending on the position of its clients. You have to change it by code if you resize the flow layout. If you don't, you can have components outside the flow layout under the other one. So don't forget to add a non-resize event. Of course, put a vertical scroll box in your form as a global parent of every component. Instead of what, you won't have access to other components in mobile apps. Grid layout. The T-grid layout is like the T-flow layout, but each component has a size, as an item of the grid layout. Same thing like for T-flow layout, you have to change the height of the grid if you have if the size change. It's the same code like for the T-flow layout sample. T-grid panel layout. If you had created web pages or know the table tag in HTML, you know how work the grid panel layout. If I put 3 buttons in it, by default, each button is in a cell. We have the number of columns with the size of each column, the numbers of rows with the size of each row, and we have the controls. Here, I want my button in the 2 cells. It's this one, the control. It starts in column 0, row 1. It occupies 1 column and 1 row. I want it in the 2 columns. I'll change it. It's centered by default. I can adapt the size with client and add a margin to separate them from the borders. Sometimes we have problems with that. Go to the source, change the values, but save your form before doing that. And don't forget 0 in the value you put. It's not because we can put only one component in each cell that we can't do anything we want. I can put a layout in a cell and add many components in it. Or I can use the parenting of each visual component to add other one. T-scale layout. The T-scale layout is a layout. Like a layout. Or something like that. I can put components inside it. And change the margins to have a better space, not in this one, but for the clients, for its children. Okay. The T-scale layout has an original height and an original width. In the form editor, it's the same as the width and the height of the scale layout. But when you execute your program, you can adapt width and height of the scale layout or original width, original height for the inside view. I put a trackbar on the form and a second trackbar on the form. I put them on the top. This trackbar will change the inside size of the scale layout. Default value will be 50 if I found the property. And when I change the track, I'll update the internal size of the scale layout. By default, it will be a change of the current properties. So I save the size only for this sample with 8 singles. Not with S. With is the scale layout original with and with by default. And original 8. When I change the tracking position, of the first track bar, I'll change the size of internal original 8 and width. So scale layout original width is 8 as a percent. As a percent, 50 is here. I want under 50 on the left part. It's reduce, and on the right it's increase, or something like that. Don't forget to repaint the scale layout. Sorry, value, of course, not the component, not the instance of the component, but the value of the trackbar. If I move, it changes the size of the internal view bitmap of the scale layout. I do the same with an 8 outside, with the second trackbar. Same thing, 50 by default, for zooming from 0 to 2, here. I copy that. And change width and 8. With the trackbar to value. The content is changed proportionally. You have a zoom effect. It's useful when you have to create a pixel perfect position for user interface. You put it in a test scale layout and you adapt by program the scale layout size in your form. So the content is respected. Available samples. Screen and apps samples are available for Delphi and C++ Builder in Getit. There's app screen. They show how to create specific mobile apps screens. App screen samples for FireMonkey design. In Getit, you have samples here and screen samples for Delphi and C++ Builder. There's app screens, and you have samples of mobile app screens, like settings, profile, home, contact. Just install it. It will be added to the Delphi samples or RadStudio samples. Here is the contact form. You have one sample for this, but you also have other samples. When you go to Object Pascal, Contact or Profile screen, you have a group project. And you can see 3 types of screen you can look at to create yours. Of course, you can copy them. Look at the structure panel to see how they are drawn. The header is here, with a background, a rectangle here, with a grid panel layout, with layouts for each column, with two text. The background rectangle has a field property to bitmap, with a nice picture and an effect. The profile picture is a circle in a layout. First circle is only for the border, with a little margin. I can increase the size of the border with the stroke property. The second circle is client aligned in the first one, but we have a margin in it. If I remove it, the picture is over the previous circle. If I increase it, it's drawn inside. And the picture is a fill property as bitmap of the circle. The samples can explain how to create responsive applications and screen designs. Look at them. You'll find a lot of FireMonkey apps and Delphi and C++ builder samples, like code snippets and real programs. Installing samples is an option of the RadStudio installer. They are also available on Embarcadero GitHub account. With RadStudio, Delphi and C++ Builder, you have a lot of samples. They are installed as option of the installer. You can add them in tools, platform manager, and other options here. You also can find them in RadStudio repository. In the samples, you'll find two folders for FireMonkey programming, in C++ or Object Pascal. You have mobile snippets, samples for each component, and multi-device samples for real-use applications. In mobile snippets, you can find samples to copy-paste in your projects with the good parameters. Here you have other samples with interface and some features. A lot of repository on GitHub contains samples of code, apps, full projects to inspire and help Delphi developers to learn, progress, and share programming knowledge. There's a Delphi sample topic on github.com if you want to find them. Of course, if you have a repository with samples, add this topic to your repository. Look at my samples and list other Delphi sample repositories in Developer Pascal / Delphi samples project. Delphi samples on GitHub. If you go to github.com and you can search Delphi sample, and you'll find a lot of projects. Look at topics. And you have a code project for VCL, FireMonkey, RTL, and others. In the Delphi samples repository from Developer Pascal, you'll find some samples and a list of other repositories with a lot of other samples. Of course, you can add your repositories in the list by contributing to the project. Form editor is a WYSIWYG editor. The form editor allows us to see our design with the chosen style for each platform. WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get in the form designer. I've added some components on the screen. Attach them to a database with lay binding. To show you how to see the form on other platforms. By default, we are on Windows. If the project has other platforms, and I can add Linux easier. Okay, we can see in the form conceptor the other styles by default. See the button and the edit here for iOS, Android, macOS and Windows. Like in VCL, we can put another style in our project, and in FireMonkey it's a test style book for that. I add a style on the form and activated. In this style, it's the same thing for all platforms except the size. If you see the button, look at the text, and the size of components. For mobile platforms, it's the 8 is higher than for desktop platforms. Of course, you can have two style books on the same form or a data module. It's recommended. And add platform style, different for Android and other platforms. Let me add a light style for this form. I activate on the form the text book I want to use. And you see in the form conceptor what you'll get if you execute the program. An instant preview is available in the IDE tools. No need for a device to simulate the display on its screen size according to its operating system. Just activate the device in the list or add one. Instant preview in the IDE. If I open the project I created for the style book and WYSIWYG, I have a project with only one form. I change the style. You can see it in the form conceptor. But you also have an aperçu multi-peripheric, an instant preview for other devices. Here. I just add some others. And the form is drawn in the size and style of each platform. If I change to the steelbook one, from the one to the second, you see it's resized and repaint. Of course, depending on the screen size, you can see this button is not inside the screen. So you can adapt it if you want. It's better to align and add a scroll box and other things to have a globally useful screen. Of course, this is a closed list, but you can add devices if you want. And other side, it's only a form in the tools option where you put a background image if you want the frame of the device, this one, and you put the size of the inside, height and width, and the OS. And you can see your screens live without compiling your programs. Most of features works, except some database access code and events. Use the FireMonkey app preview from samples tools folder and launch it on your device on the same network you are for your development computer. Authorize the IDE to share the form source and enjoy. It will use app tethering components over IP to communicate. FireMonkey app preview. In Delphi samples, you have a tool folder. And you can find the FireMonkey app preview. Just compile this app on each device you want to work with Delphi or C++ Builder. I'll do on Windows. In the editor, just activate send to devices here. And with the app tethering components, the FireMonkey app preview can show your computer and others in the same network, so you can add a password in tools option. User interface, form editor, and FireMonkey app preview. Put a password here, and it will be asked when you connect to your device. Here I can see what I have in the form editor. I'll just open the sample for the stylebook I've created. Here it is. I don't have the database, it's a local file on my computer, it's not available for the app preview. But if I change the position of components on the form here, you can see the change live. The form editor send source of the form, this thing, to a preview over your network. The preview recreates the form and all components. You can't execute events, but a lot of things are available. And if you have this in many devices on your network, you can see live on different operating systems and devices, screen size and others, the result live when you put components and you adapt your screen. You don't have to compile your programs on each device to see the result. Conclusion. FireMonkey components and designer are really powerful. We can really do anything with it. Give it a try on your next project, even if it's a desktop project.
What an absolutely astounding presentation. You need to scan there, go to his website and see what he's up to. That's Patrick Prematin. He broadcasts on Twitch very regularly in French, but I've said this before. I said this when we were talking to Cesar earlier on. The good thing is that the code is universal. That's the language we all speak. It doesn't really matter what language the presenters speaking, including myself, because I'm sure there are plenty of people out there who find me quite difficult to understand, even though I have a British accent. It's relatively clear. But some people will find it difficult. And I think that Patrick does a very, very good job of explaining the key concepts of what's going on in that. And I'm very grateful to him. Patrick has continually been in the chat all day today and every day this week. We don't ask him to do that. It's something he chooses to do himself. I mean, we're very glad he does it. And he's an amazing resource. And, it's not going to notice, Patrick. People that are important know what's going on. You're a good guy. We really appreciate it. He's an excellent developer. And we've got a lot of good things to say for him. Okay, so we're not going to do a live Q&A because even though he's live, he's answering the questions in the chat. Our next session is, let me just hide the QA code there. When the next session is by Stephen Ball, and it is the InterBase Developer's Guide to Getting Started. I'm not seeing the captions come up, so I'm hoping. Yes, I see the video is loaded. So there you go. I thought maybe Martha, our producer, has finally gone to sleep because she has worked extremely hard with very little sleep. So InterBase Developer's Guide to Getting Started by Stephen Ball. There's no little thing along here because we've had a weird day today, but that's going to be starting now. We'll be in the chat and available for questions after it's finished. See you later.
Hello and welcome back to Coding Bootcamp 2023. My name's Stephen Ball and we're going to be powering through learning about development with databases in this session. And we're going to be talking about InterBase. InterBase is a very powerful, lightweight database that you can use on Windows, Mac, iOS, Android, Linux, and be able to store your data with your application on whatever platform you're targeting. So it's a very versatile and good to know database as a developer because it allows us to build once and get everywhere. So this is our developer's guide to getting started with InterBase and is going to be very much here just to help you get on and get going. So before we get in, who am I? My name's Stephen Ball and I'm the pre-sales director here at Embarcadero. I have been around InterBase since the end of the 90s, working with it, and I've even spent time as the InterBase product manager, helping introduce kind of the IoT award-winning change views technology into InterBase and help with a number of the new initiatives we've had go forward, like IB Lite and so on. So let me get in and talk about the agenda we're going to be covering today. As I say, this is very much a getting started session. So we're going to talk a little bit about databases, their uses, the different type of architectures that you're going to see around databases to help explain the different type of scenarios and how databases are connected to and worked with. So once we've got that understanding, we'll talk very quickly about what InterBase is, who uses it, to give you a little bit of an idea of the flavour of the different types of businesses that use and work with databases. We'll cover the supported platforms and languages that InterBase provides for. Now, we're not going to dive into every single one here. That's a session in itself. But it's really just to kind of give you the idea that, wherever you're developing, whichever where your company is working, there's support there to help you with using InterBase. But where we really want to get into today is the developer edition. The developer edition of InterBase is a great place to start. It includes the chance to create, design, build your databases. It gives you a database file that, as I said, you can use across Windows, Mac, iOS, Android, and Linux. It also provides the first way that you can get into using IB Console. And IB Console is a great tool to be able to manage and work with data. And you don't need to, as a developer, remember all the constructs and the setup for building and creating databases. You can use IB Console to help you along the way. So it's a great tool to learn the basics and the building blocks and actually look at your database, and then be able to dive in and look at the metadata and so on. So we'll have a few quick tips and tricks as we go through there. After we've had a look at the number of different composite parts of database as well, we'll finish off talking about licensing. There's a few free versions, there's some trial editions, there's some subscription options, so it's important to understand a little bit about the different options there. It's not particularly complicated, it just needs a quick explanation, but it's very simple to get up and going. And then we'll talk a little bit about some of the deployment options and what you can do to help with deployment of InterBase. So let's get in. We're going to start off with a quick explanation about what a database is. Now, typically, a database is an organized collection of structured information or data, typically stored electronically in a computer system. Now, this is a pretty standard definition. One thing that's really important to understand about databases, though, is that a database is usually controlled by a database management system, a DBMS. So InterBase is a DBMS. SQL Server is a DBMS. Postgres, Oracle, they're all DBMSs. And the reason for a database management system is it provides the ability then to control communication to and from the database itself. It enables users to be controlled and managed in terms of their access to the data. It enables you to start using things like encryption to define what encryption levels certain data needs to be stored at. You can then bring those users and the encryption and the decryption rights together to ensure that only the people with the right access can actually access the data. So the whole setup of a DBMS is really important and takes a lot of stress out of development and provides a huge capability. And this is very important when you're trying to build and get your applications out to market and to do things in the right way and to be compliant with all the laws and regulations that are around. So there's a few different ways that a DBMS is deployed. The typical scenario is client-server, and we'll talk about 3 different options here today. But typically a client-server where you have a server somewhere, and then on that server you can access the database directly, but also you could connect to the server from a number of different clients. Now, InterBase supports clients running on Windows, Mac and Linux, and you can use what's called a protocol, an over-the-wire protocol, to communicate from the client to the server. Now, that's typically wrapped up in the components you've got, so it's very transparent. You just put down your database connection, you tell your database connection where the server is, and you can then use queries directly to fetch data from the server. Now, what happens on the client is it will go through the driver, and the driver will convert your request into an over-the-wire data packet, which is sent down the wire, and then the DBMS installed on the server will receive it, authenticate you, and then will run the query against the server and provide instantaneously back the data that you've requested. So this OTW, over-the-wire protocol, is the typical way that pretty much every database works. And what that means is that where you've got servers, you can set these to scale, quite a high size at the back end. But you could run this as a 64-bit application. But then you could have a mix of 32 or 64-bit clients that are connecting in, because the protocol is a socket communication that is sent over the wire. So that is different to a normal library. If you're building an application where you need to have a 32-bit or 64-bit library because your application is that, you do need the 32 and the 64-bit libraries to match your client build, but then the communication over the wire is just done over the wire, and then the server can be a different version. It doesn't need to be the same. So that's basically how servers communicate. Now, the other option, rather than having clients that are able to connect across the network, is to actually run the database inside your application. Now, this is a very deeply embedded application offering, and something that's not unique, but relatively rare to find in the kind of scale and the capabilities that InterBase offers. So InterBase provides a set of libraries that instead of deploying the whole server, you can actually run InterBase inside your application, and they're statically linked in to your application at runtime. And as your application starts up, the database engine starts up in memory inside your application. Now, the reason InterBase can do this is it's built from the ground up to work on a very small footprint. Only a few meg is all that you need memory-wise for InterBase to be running. It really, really can just deploy everywhere. Its background was built to enable literally any machine to run a database, and because of that, InterBase to Go, which is our deeply embedded version, can be run inside one or many applications, but the data here is exclusive for that application. So if you've got an application running on your server here, this application could connect to its version of the database and work with it, but nobody else could connect into it. And the same for the other apps. When this app starts up, it could have its own copy of the data. Now, the different apps can't communicate between themselves, and the data is restricted to the only app that is working with it at the time, or one app at a time. But that is a very, very powerful engine and capability to have. Now, the other scenario that you see a lot of around databases today is a multi-tier deployment. Now, in this kind of scenario, you might have one or multiple databases behind a middle tier or an application layer that's running. So you've got your data layer and your application layer. Now, the mid-tier will have communication coming through it. Now, typically, this is going to be through REST or JSON nowadays. That provides a uniformed approach for any application programming language to be able to communicate to the server and to fetch data. And what that means is that you can be very transparent about the data. The data is literally transparent to the clients. You can completely change the back end here, and the clients would never know because they're just communicating through this mid-tier point. So here, all your data connections would go on from the mid-tier. So a bit like your client server before, you'd have your database server, you'd have your application tier, your mid-tier, which is communicating to the database, fetching the data back and forth, and then putting that into a data packet, which it's then sending out to the clients. Now, in these types of scenarios, the database here needs to be licensed for the number of clients. So we have an unlimited user license for InterBase, which you can use to work in these type of scenarios, which is fantastically simple just to deploy. But this means that also, especially when you're working with mobile, you're not exposing your database to the entire world. Using a mid-tier here like RAD server allows you to protect your database and enable that communication to work via REST, because the one thing on a client server setup, this is normally done on a local network, so the connections are going to be very stable. When it comes to working across multiple networks and when you're out and about, the connections are up and down. You can't hold a solid socket connection in the same way you can on a local network. So it's really important that we have these communications running through REST. And again, if you're going to look at doing multi-application tier development, then I'd highly recommend InterBase as the back end. RAD server actually uses InterBase inside it to manage all its users and security settings and everything. So it's very robust and very scalable. And then you have all the REST stuff going on. So if you're looking to do that, you need to understand this bit here, and then also the client side of things. So what is InterBase and who uses it? So hopefully now you've understood that InterBase is a database. Now, the one thing about InterBase is it's an embeddable database. And so that means it can be deployed inside or alongside your application. And in fact, InterBase has a silent installer as well, so you can even embed it into your installers without the end users having to see that you're kind of getting it installed and deployed. Now, the nice thing about it is it's very fast, it's a very small footprint, it's an admin-free database with full SQL 92 capabilities, it's very secure. So a lot of people use it, and it's highly used in medical because of what it can be done with and deployed, and you don't have to have a DBA sat alongside it. Some of the big database management systems have a very heavy footprint, need a dedicated server, need a lot of looking after to make sure they keep running. InterBase is loved by developers because it's just so simple to do and deploy. Now, there's 3 different versions of InterBase. We have the server edition, which is like the client server, allowing hundreds of connections to come through, and the same one that you'd use behind a REST server, a mid-tier server. We have the desktop edition, which is for Windows only, but it allows you to have multiple applications on the same machine, so a bit like a server, but only on a single machine. So you can have multiple different applications connecting into it. Now, that's really something more from a time gone past where people used to have lots of separate applications and they'd all connect to the same database on the same machine. You'd have a reporting application and maybe a stock application and a POS application. Nowadays, people tend to build a lot of the stuff all together, so it's a slightly different method, but you can do either or. Now, the other option we have is InterBase to Go, which I've mentioned about with the mobile side. Is deeply embeddable, runs inside your application, so there's no actual server to install, set up and configure. You literally just install the libraries, or you deploy the libraries with your application, and as your application starts, InterBase starts up in your memory space, and off you go. Now, as I said, InterBase is used by a number of different companies around the world. Opus Capita process 500,000 transactions a day doing invoicing with a SaaS-based solution that they're providing out to local governments. We have Bsoft here, who do accounting software for most of Bulgaria, including covering the military, and PricewaterhouseCoopers and a number of different customers. Electrolux embed it deeply into a number of the things that they provide out with their washing machines. Bionuclear do it within their labs. Across Brazil, they've got hundreds of labs that are deployed out with InterBase there, managing their data for all the tests that they're running. Management Plus, big healthcare provider using InterBase to store personal medical information with all the compliances that are required around medical and healthcare. So there's a huge number of different companies using it, and this is just a small subsection of logos, but it's heavily used across the world for server and mobile and the like. So how do you connect to InterBase? Well, there's a number of different choices from different languages. Within Rad Studio for Delphi and C++ builder, there's the FIDAC components, there's the IBX components, there's a number of different components there. Lots of documentation on the doc wiki about how to get going with those. There's also ODBC, JDBC and ADO.NET drivers. And the ADO.NET drivers have recently been updated for the newer versions of .NET, and you can get those through GitHub, through NuGet, through Visual Studio, and there's the Entity Framework drivers in there as well. And also for Python, I've recently released updated drivers for Python. You can also connect up with PHP and Ruby. There's lots of different options out there, and with the ODBC and the JDBC driver as well, it means that you can pretty much connect to InterBase from most tools and platforms out there. So let's get our hands onto InterBase, and first thing we need to do is make sure we've got it installed. So we're going to quickly discuss the developer edition and then get into IB Console and start playing around and seeing a DBMS in action. So if you do have Rad Studio, then you can go to the Tools, Manage Platforms, and under the dialog here you can find the additional options, which includes InterBase 2020 Developer Edition, or whichever the latest version is that you have. And the easy thing to do is just tick that box and hit apply, and that will then install and get InterBase going. Once you've got it installed, what you will need to do is just go to the server manager. If you type in server, find the InterBase server manager, you'll just need to make sure that you've got it running and you've started up for the first time. Once you've done that, it will automatically restart with Windows as you're going. Now, the developer edition does need to be restarted every 48 hours. It's just part of the security around it. So that's the only thing you need to be aware of. But perfect edition to start with. Now, if you don't have Rad Studio and you want to get the developer edition, if you go to the Embarcadero website and under the free tools, you can go to get InterBase Developer. And from here, you can fill in the form to get it sent over to you. If you've already got an EDN account, just change here to log in, and then you'll be able to download and get that straight away. Okay, so now we know how to get InterBase up and running. Let's start having a look at some of the basics and the key features of RDBMS with InterBase. So I'm just going to go in and let's search for IB Console here. IB Console is our developer interface. And here we can see we have the ability to register servers. So we have the InterBase server running here. Now the developer edition runs as a full server to allow us to be able to connect other tools into the database. It means you can still build and develop with InterBase to go, and then just move the file or have the file somewhere on your Windows machine to then be able to work with it. Or if you are working on mobile, then you can always transfer the file back to your Windows machine to be able to connect to it and go from there. So the first thing you need to do is register a server. So I've got my server added. Typically I'm just going to put localhost in here, or you can browse the network if you're working with a remote server. And you can also give it an alias if you want. As I say, I've already got mine registered here, so I'm just going to log in, sysdba master key. And now that we're logged in, we can see any databases that we've got registered on the server, or we can go ahead and add an existing database and go find one. So we can see here we've actually got the employee database from the samples directory already added in. So let's just go ahead and log into that. I'll say sysdba master key as the password for the sample. And now we can start seeing all the features of the database and the RDBS server running here. So we have a list of users for the server. We have server logs, and we have the ability to run backup operations. And then on the database, we have a number of different things linked in here. So if you remember to the start, a database management system allows you to manage users. It enables you to store data in a structured format. So in here we can see we have tables, and each table is a specific job. So we have the employee table here. And if we have a look at the employee data, the employee table, we can see that we have a set of data in here formed up in specific structure. If we go and have a look here, we can see that here's the name of the fields and also the type of field it is. So we have different types, and we can also define our own types using InterBase, which are called domains. So we'll have a quick look at those in a moment. But all the basic building blocks here for numbers, and we've also got one that's computed by, which is a calculation of another couple of fields to give us a value that we're always going to use. So for example, if you've got first name and last name, you can make a full name as a computed field rather than actually having to manage and update them and keep them in sync. So let's have a look at the metadata. Now the metadata describes this structure. Now the first thing we can see in here is we've got some domains, and I mentioned about InterBase having the ability to define specific types of fields. So what we can do here is we can say I want to have a field called country name, or a field type called country name, and that is going to be a varchar of 15 characters. Now why would you use domains when you could just say, oh, I've got this field here, it needs to be that size, make it that? Well, two reasons. One, it's actually quite useful to be able to define a specific field type and then use it in lots of different places. So for example, if you've got the first name and a last name defined, if you've got a first name in the employee table and maybe one in a staff table and maybe one in a customer table, then you can always just use the first name. Now, if you find then, for example, that you need to change the field size or you need to update something around the field, you can update the domain and it will then update that field size everywhere. So a really good example of that may be telephone numbers in the past. They've changed the length of telephone numbers as the number of people have grown in an area and they've had to expand the number of telephones they've had. So if you had a phone number field, you could update the domain and then all fields in the database will then accept the new larger values. You also can add constraints to domains. So for example here, the department number has a constraint to check that the value matches certain criteria. We can also, so domains are quite useful. There's a few different examples in the employee table here of different constraints being applied to domains. So that's domains. Here's the computed field. You can see computed by and then last name, and then this double pipe basically is this plus, and then we've got a comma and a space plus first name. So that's how you would concatenate string or bring the strings together here within SQL. Now the other thing that we've got in here is constraints that are to do with the actual data and making sure that data is valid. Now this is called referential integrity. Now referential integrity allows us to define that a value must exist somewhere else in the database. So for example, the employee table has an employee number, and this is an integer value, and this is the primary key. So we know every single record is going to have a unique employee number. Now, if we're using the employee number to reference an employee from another table, then we need to make sure that number exists. So to do that type of thing, you can start adding foreign key constraints. So for example, here the employee table has a foreign key constraint to check the department number. So the department that an employee belongs to exists in the departments table and is in the field department number. So this is quite useful to make sure that if we add a department number to an employee, it actually exists as a department, because when you start querying and bringing and joining data together to get data that is built up from the employee table and maybe the department table, you need to make sure that the referential integrity works, because otherwise you query what the name of the department is from the department table, and it goes, well, I can't find that department. What does that mean? We can also have constraints that are checking, obviously, that a field value fits within a specific criteria. So this is another constraint that is being done here to make sure that the job code and the grade and the country, that the value of the salary for the salary field fits within the range of the minimum and maximum allowed salary for an employee from the country and the job code and the grade that they're working at. And we also have, looking in here, we can see that we have a trigger created. Now a trigger allows us to fire an action that happens, and we can see here this one happens after and before insert at position 0. And what it's doing is it's just saying, okay, I need to get an employee number field for the new value, go and add in the employee number from a generator here. So this gen ID calls a generator. A generator is a sequential number to get the employee number. And here we can see we've also got this save salary change. This is where we've got some additional work going on to record the salary history. So this is an auditing action that's happening. So as data is being changed on a specific field, it's firing an action to record some data into another part of the database as an audit trail. So this is really important because you can pick up not only what's changed, but you could also pick up the user who's made the change, who's connected to the database if you're using multiple users to connect in. So this is really important part of database and data management. So we can see the metadata for that here, but that's kind of a bit hard to read. So let's go ahead and we can actually have a look here. We can use the actual icons to be able to jump in. So we can alter specific items. We can come in here and make some changes. We could add items. Can't drop it because it's got dependencies there. When just having a look at the columns, we could have a look at the triggers. You hear those triggers again that we just spoke about, and you can see the actual trigger, where it happens, the sequence, which is the order, and then the metadata for it. And we can have a look at the check constraints. We can have a look at any indexes that are built. Now, indexes allow you to say, well, I'm always looking for people by their last name. So let's build an index that lists everybody by their last name, first name. So when I run those queries, I've already got that in order, which makes it a lot quicker to sort through and find people that we need to. So indexing is quite a useful thing to do. Obviously, the more indexes you create every time you make a change to the data, there's more things that have to happen, so it can slow things down a little bit. But you use them correctly and they help your data fly. So yeah, that's the kind of the basic parts there. And we can see coming down the database here, we can have a look, we can see all the domains that exist. So we can create a domain, we can actually go and have a look and see all the domains in here, and find out what they are for. And we've had a look at the tables. Indexes just list the indexes. A view is quite a useful thing that allows you to maybe join different tables together and give a view of that data that's then a lot easier to query and work with. So for example here, we have a view that is bringing together the employees in the departments. Remember we were saying the department number needs to make sure that matches. Well, that's really important here. So what we're doing is we're joining the employee and the department table where the employee department number equals the department's department number. And then we can see here that these fields are uniquely named from each table, and it's going to list those back. So we can then see the data with a list from both tables showing side by side. So we can see 202 is Monterey, 210 is Monterey, 227 is Monterey. So we can see where all these things are linked back to. But the actual joining here is done on the IDs behind the scene. We also have stored procedures. Now, stored procedures allow you to run business logic within the database. And you can call these from triggers, you can call them directly through SQL. So what do these types of things do? Well, let's have a look. We've got one here to delete when we delete an employee. So what's happening here? So we pass in an employee number. And then we're just checking here purchase orders from the sales table. We're getting a count and inserting that into any sales. And if any sales is greater than 0, then we need to reassign the sales. So this is actually stopping that action happening. And this is using another feature. This is an exception. So here we can actually define specific exceptions within the database. And we've got one called reassign sales. So let's go and have a look at the exceptions. And we've got one reassign sales. And the message here is reassign the sales records before deleting this employee. So this is really great because we can actually have database specific exceptions that mean something to the business that you can raise back to the application and stop you having to do things. And this controls the business logic at the data layer, which is really important when you've got lots of different data sources applications connecting into the same database. It means you don't need to build all your business logic into a middle tier. You can actually have some directly in the database and protect the data at the data layer. So yeah, we're having a look at the delete employee. So let's carry on down. We can then see that we've got other things happening here. So we're updating the department, setting the manager to be null for the employee, checking stuff around projects, deleting them from the employee projects, deleting their sales, their salary history if we need to. So wherever this is kind of, it might be what you want to do, it might not be what you do, but the point is here that you can define a whole set of business logic that you run and happens through stored procedures, which are then managed and run on the database. Mentioned triggers. They're nice and easy. You create a new trigger. Let's call it my trigger. Oh, sorry, my generator. And it starts at 1, and every time that is run, it updates, and you can see this one's been run 145, this one's been run 1015. But you can then call these to, as we've seen already, to generate ID fields, do automatic incrementing fields. You may want to have a sales order number that's unique for each sale order. So you can actually call the generator and say, hey, give me a number. And you just call the database, say, give me a number, give me a number, give me a number. You can then use that in your application. You can then post that through to the database with the record, or you could have it automatically assigned when you create the record. Multiple ways to use them, but really, really useful things to have. Now, I'm just going to show you just a couple of quick bits of verbiage to help you understand what these things mean. So create, obviously create something. Alter, we'll change it. So I can go ahead and let's alter this, and let's set the initial value to be 5 here. The other thing that you'll see is drop. Now, what drop means is basically delete. So if I choose drop, it'll say, are you sure? I say, yeah. And that will allow me to take and get rid of it. Now, there are times that you can restrict drop actions from happening, specifically where they are required or they're used by other things within the database. It will actually physically stop that. But also with referential integrity, you can stop records from being deleted, or you can cascade those deletes. So for example, if you had a list of names and then you had some temporary data assigned to those names in other tables, if you deleted the main record, you might just want to clean up all that stuff. It's just temporary data, let's just get rid of it. So you can actually set that table just to remove anything on as a cascade delete based on the ID from one to the other. So it's quite a useful thing to be aware of. Blob filters, there's a field type called a blob, which basically is a binary list of bytes, and you can use that to store images or really big volumes of text or whatever. And you can create your own filters to be able to process and search through those as you wish. Roles allow you to define a role within the database and then assign users those specific roles. And then you've got user permissions, which are the users who can actually access the data. So for example, when you get onto doing advanced topics like encryption, you may want to have a role for HR manager and a role for HR. And the HR manager may be able to see and decrypt the salary information, but the HR user won't be able to. And what happens when you define multiple roles, a user can have one or many roles, and if they belong to that role, they'll be given the highest priority or access rights based on any role that they have to the data they're working on. So that way you can be really granular in terms of who can access what data, who can decrypt and encrypt certain data and so on. So yeah, really, really powerful. So that's the basics of understanding how a DBMS work. Let's say the one thing I would say, it's worth kind of getting in, create your own tables, create some domains, use domains to, I really would recommend using domains. One little tip that I have when you're reading the metadata and being able to work with it, I like to use D_ for domains and then give it a domain name. I find it a little bit easier to read metadata and to read things here. So you can see here I've got my field, which has a D_ my new domain, and I've used the department number as another one, but you can just to show you can use them with or without any kind of specific naming convention. But that makes it, I think, for me, a little bit easier to identify, oh, this is a domain, and so on. You can come in here, play, make sure that the data works. For example, if I try to change this to 111, so you see I've got foreign key constraint issue because 1111 doesn't exist. Because we have this constraints here to make sure the department number exists in that other table. So, great to have a play with those types of things. And so when you're building tables and you want to kind of come in, you can just create tables from in here. That will create a new one, or you can alter this one. You can add in fields. You can kind of give it a field name, select an existing domain. So it's let's say a country name, for example. You can specify individual data types if you wanted to, and do it without a domain. You can actually create a new domain in here. So you select the data type, select the field. So you can build everything up very, very quickly through the UI. You can say, right, actually this field needs to be unique. You could create foreign keys. You can create check constraints. Here I've got obviously the foreign key one. You can add, delete, edit those. So very, very easy to kind of get in, have a play. It's a great way to be able to start building. And then once you kind of got there, you can go and have a look at the metadata. You don't need to remember it or understand it, or you can just go use the UI to build it. And then you can go, look, I've got that. And you can then literally copy that out, or copy the bits that you need out, and then be able to use that directly in code if you need to, if you're doing update scripts built into applications and so on. So it's a great way to be able to rapidly get going and use the tools to help you write the scripts that you need. So before we finish off here, I'm just going to pull up RAD Studio, and I'm going to create a blank application here, and I'm just going to use, let's do a multi-device application, as InterBase can be used across multiple platforms. I'm just going to create a blank application here very, very quickly, and I'm just going to put down a grid. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the Data Explorer here. I've got FireDAC, I've got InterBase registered, I've already registered the employee database. So I can literally go and grab the employee table. Let's just pop it down here. And we can see we get the data connection for the database, the query. Here we've got select staff from employee. We can see the data directly into the IDE. We can now use live bindings just to bring the grid and the query together. In fact, let's just leave that active for the moment. We can see the data now at design time. And with the bindings, with the binding source, we can actually add a navigator onto the form as well. And that will add in the different options for navigating and updating the data. So let's just go ahead and run. And we can now see we've got our data in here. We can go ahead and let's just change this to Forrest Gump and save. And if we close and reopen our application, we'll be able to see that our data has persisted straight into the database. So very, very easy to be able to hook up and connect and start using data in your applications, and get coding very, very quickly with some secure data storage. Now, if you do need to add your database in, you can also just drop down a TFD connection and choose the IB driver for InterBase, and then come through and just set up your database. So you can go choose the file, set your username and password. If you're using any encryption, you can set up the encryption details in here, the SE password, any advanced options, different SQL dialects, but this all defaults through pretty well. So yeah, pretty cool. Okay, so let's finish off just by having a quick chat about the InterBase licensing. So what I tried to do here is simplify the development process. So from being a developer, developing something, through to doing some internal testing, through to then maybe doing a trial with a customer or on your servers, and then through to maybe UAT testing if it's taking longer than 90 days as an initial point. Or if you're kind of distributing this out, then you probably need to do something with a full edition, and then into production. So we do have OEM licensing available. If you are a VAR and you want to be able to distribute InterBase with your products, we have special options for you to do trials with customers and all that kind of side of things. But typically for most people, as a developer, the developer edition is more than enough. If you want to develop, you can use that. You can also develop using the to-go trial and get working with that, but be aware that's only 90 days. We also have the to-go subscription, which you can use all the way through your development lifecycle and all the way through to deployment. That has unlimited deployments with it. IB Lite is the same as InterBase to go, but it's restricted in terms of the number of transactions that you can have. That's the number of questions and queries that can be running to the database at the same time. It's limited to 200 megabytes on disk. You don't get access to the admin APIs to be able to back up, restore and validate your databases, and you don't get access to change views, which is a really kind of cool advanced feature of InterBase that we've not had time to look at in this session today. If you're getting through to deployment, then obviously you really want to be looking at the server edition for backends, or if you're deploying out within mobile applications, then probably the best option is the to-go subscription, which allows you to deploy as much of InterBase to go as you want across all the platforms and all the app stores. Now, we do include license for InterBase to go for mobile as part of the Rad Studio Enterprise and Architect Edition. So if you are just looking for to go to run on mobile platforms, then it may be worth having a look at the Enterprise Edition, because that's a perpetual license for deployment that comes with Rad Studio. Okay. Final thing, just in terms of the server edition, it's licensed for the server and then the number of users that you need. So you can buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're sold in 1s, 5s, 10s, 25s and 50. But if you're looking at a server, especially a web server, you're probably going to be looking at the unlimited license. That in break-even point for that is around about 82 licenses. Then it works out to better to buy the unlimited license. And that license is a single server for as many users connecting in at the same time as you want, and it also includes the license for the hot backup. So if you have any disaster recovery plan running, InterBase, unlike other database engines out there, includes the hot backup license with that, and it gives you 8 cores out the box. So comparative feature-wise, you're probably looking between $7,000 and $8,000 for an InterBase server with unlimited users, compared to close to around about 50,000 for similar spec with SQL Server, and 100,000 if you want the hot backup server. So it is an exceptionally affordable option and well worth having a look at for multiple different types of sizes of systems. But the one thing that's great about it is it grows with you. So if you start off small and you need to get bigger, then it's there and it will work. And even if you've got sites that are running 1 or 2 users, it's affordable for them at a few $100s a site rather than thousands. Okay, but please talk to sales specifically to get the right.
I think he said something at the end, but they cut him off. Yes, that was a replay of an earlier session. My camera's going funny. As someone pointed out, let me go and find out who that was. Let me find the culprit for that phrase. Of course it's TR Nod. You've been with us all week. Did we go through this before? Yes, well spotted, as Patrick said. It proves you've been paying attention. We did do this earlier in the week. The reason that we did it again was we had a session planned for now, and unfortunately, several people dropped out for varying reasons. 3, I think. And I had a session planned as well, but I had to do a different session to make up for it. And my air conditioning broke, and I literally had an hour's sleep. If you could see it from inside my head, you'd be amazed that I was even talking at all, let alone the gibberish that I do talk normally. But so we had to swap a lot of things around. We're going to finish slightly early this today as well, just because we can cut a session out. There's only so many times we want to replay things, and there's only so many sessions we can create in a certain period of time. So I'm sorry about that if you're getting a horrible feeling of deja vu and thinking, wait, didn't I see this before? No, it's not Groundhog Day. You are quite okay. He's not seen his shadow or anything like that. It is just that we replayed that from the previous session. So there you go. By the way, if you want to go and try out InterBase and have a go with it, scan the QR code, boop, 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 that one there, and it will take you to the InterBase website, which will then redirect to the InterBase jump page on the website, our main website, and play around. It is relatively cost effective. If you compare that, as Stephen said, to some of the paid options like SQL Server and things like that. SQL Server licenses per CPU, and then I forget how it did it, but it's like virtual threads or hyper-threading or something like that. I'm a mere mortal, so I don't understand how it works, but I do know that it costs a lot of money for SQL Server, and it costs even more for Oracle and things like that. And InterBase, some of the options are not free. There are some free and some included with Rad Studio, but for the paid version, it's actually works out cheaper, and it's got some unique features. This change views is one thing that was mentioned there. The ability to work out only the delta, only the things that have changed between some data you read in and whether you're going to write back and that record's already been manipulated by someone else, so that you can get a notification of what it is that's different. Oh, we've got bags of time. Wow. Okay. So it's interesting. The IB to go and IB Lite, I have to say, they confuse me a little bit because I'm relatively new to looking at this kind of stuff for Embarcadero. But one of them is very similar to SQLite. And if you go to that web page and scan on that code, it'll explain the differences. But one of them includes encryption by default, whereas with SQLite, the encryption is actually a paid option. I don't know whether you know this, but even though SQLite is completely free, there is a paid option if you want to encrypt it. With GDPR and HIPAA in the US, which are both big requirements for data protection and encrypting data at rest and all the rest of it, it's a significant thing that you should think about. Even if you're a small developer, the idea of data security is relevant because the fines for breaching some of these things are astronomical, like $1 million. Who can afford that? I mean, running a small business, I certainly couldn't have afforded it. If I'd got a fine like that, I'd be the enemy. I mean, I don't know what I'd do, but it happens. I did a whole session on security earlier on this week where we were talking about scanning it with the Scanner, which is it was actually Secure is the product, but Scanner do static analysis of vulnerabilities in your code and finds things like hidden backdoors and bits of uninitialized password or some blank default passwords and other security holes. And I explained there why you have to take security seriously, even if you're a tiny business of one person or a handful of people. It's not scaremongering; it's a fact. You've got to take it seriously because if and when you do get caught out, it's a life-changing experience, as they would say about a car crash or something. Being sued for some of these breaches is a big problem for your life because it's very difficult to dig your way out of this hole. And in some jurisdictions, you cannot excuse those kind of fines in bankruptcy or anything like that. So there is no way out. They'll take your money and they'll keep taking your money. And who needs that? Nobody. I don't. So anyway, scan for InterBase. The other thing that you need to know is that there is an offer at the moment, and that is for Rad Studio. If you scan the link, you'll get 20% off and a year's free support, which means that you will get the next version of Rad Studio for free, included in that. So no upgrade fees or anything like that. It's all included. And we have posted on our blog a couple of things that we're planning on doing with 12. Not guaranteed until general availability. We can't say for certain it's going to happen. We're doing our best to make it happen. So read through there and see what you like and make an informed decision about upgrading. But I don't have to pay for licenses for obvious reasons, but if I was paying for licenses, I'd probably go for it because 20% is nothing to be sneezed at when it comes through in terms of the price. What else have we got here? So a lot of people commenting slightly belatedly on Patrick's session as well about a responsive design. Timon saying it's a nice layout for an app. Yes, it is. And Muzio Valerio's saying, it's very, very interesting. Yeah, absolutely. And Patrick himself commented, and I'll put this on here so that it gets out on the stream as well. The code for what Patrick was doing was available at that URL there. I'm not going to do a QR code because I don't have time to get that together. So there you go. But it was pretty good. I think we've had a good time. We are reaching the end of things, and I don't want to be negative, but I'm actually quite glad. I feel like I've had a week that lasted 5 weeks. It's been challenging, shall we say, and with no air conditioning this morning. Whoa, in Texas, that's a bad thing. But it's been a lot of fun to interact with people. This is why we do this as much as anything else, is to get ourselves in front of you guys and make it clear that we're not some faceless corporation. There are people behind this, people like myself and others trying to produce what we believe is the best idea we can for the money, and certainly using the best language and best frameworks like VCL and FMX. Patrick showed a lot about FMX. I showed some as well in my mobile demo as well. I personally really believe in Delphi. I've been a Delphi programmer. The very first day I saw Delphi was version 1. It was in a magazine, and it was an article that's actually quite a famous article now, and it was on February the 14th. And they explained what Delphi was, as it was called back in those days, not Rad Studio. And I looked at it and a little light bulb went off in my head, and I thought, that system works the way I think it should have worked all along, because there was Visual Basic, I think, was around, a few others as well. And this was software development done right. You know, I could see that you could draw the screens effectively by drag and dropping controls. The functionality for those controls, you may not realize it now, but that concept of having components with ready wrap functionality was not that common. Certainly back in 1990s, it was uncommon and very unique. And Delphi took the world by storm. There was a few blips along the horizon, you know, through company changes and things like that. And now, of course, it's Embarcadero, who are the custodians of this product. But I personally got involved with Delphi as a programmer because it made a lot of sense to me. It was an easy to use language, and it was just an absolute no-brainer to use it and write programs, and I've never regretted that decision. I get up every day and I'll write code. I say this all the time, but it's true. I literally start at 7 a.m. in the morning. I get up early. I'm a kind of early bird kind of developer. I get up and I write code every single day. 38 years of keyboard damage to my knuckles will tell you all you need to know about you know, a career of coding, because I am a career software developer. I've been a manager of software development places and senior developer, and you know, they give me all sorts of names, but I prefer to write programs. That's what I like to do. I like doing project management as well, you know, because I interact with developers and I seem to hit it off with them. But I think that you know, writing code with Delphi is a pure joy. It's the best language. I can write in probably at least 9 programming languages, maybe more. I've been a very experienced C developer and a few other languages, and I was Visual Basic guru. If you Google me on the internet, you'll find stuff going back to the very early days of Visual Basic. But once I saw Delphi, I never looked back. It's a great system. It all made sense to me. And now, of course, I then became an MVP, and then Jim contacted me one day and said, "Hey, I'm leaving. Do you want to take over?" Because I'd done some of the, you know, hosting and developer relation stuff, and said, you know, do you want to do it? And I said, yeah, why not? Because I'm not a salesperson. I'm not a shoe salesperson. Couldn't sell shoes if I didn't like them. And I likewise, I couldn't say good things about the product if I didn't believe it. I'm not that fake. And I think those of you that have seen me during the week realize that when I'm talking about products, it comes from my heart. You know, I am a career developer and I believe in Rad Studio and Delphi. And I think that anybody that uses another system to write programs is crazy. You're working way too hard. It's a lot easier with Delphi and a lot easier with FireMonkey and all the rest of it. So that's where we're at. So where are we at then? We've got a couple of people here. Power to the coders, says Patrick. Si. C'est un mot. Power to the coders. Seeing live the design you create, real seeing I'll kind of paraphrase what he's saying. seeing the design that you made come to life for Android and iOS devices at the same time is a good advance. I absolutely agree. You write your code once, use FireMonkey, and then it goes out to Android and iOS and looks virtually the same and definitely works the same. And if you've got a bug, you fix it in one piece of code, not 2 or 3 different codes. And you don't have to learn Java and Swift. You just learn Delphi and it will work for any of those targets. Not true any very few systems. There are a couple, but we think we do it better. Someone said, this is Alan. I'm going to stop in a second. Oh, wrong one. Hang on. The controls jumped. Not sure where in Texas you are, but it is 107 here in Plano. Okay, Alan, I actually live just outside Lavon. And if you're not from around here, people won't know what that means. But Alan will know that I am quite near to Plano. I go to Plano quite a lot. I eat in the restaurants there. And my daughter goes to UT Arlington. So there you go. So yes, you're local to me. So hi, Alan. Howdy, I suppose I should say. I have a badge that says Real Texan. It was sent to me by the Texas DMV. So there you go. Anyway, we've reached the witching hour of 3 p.m. my time, which means that we are at the final session. I'm going to keep putting these barcodes up. If you can scan them, you'll go directly to the site. I don't want to splatter all over the next presentation, but the next session, our last session for the week, and I believe me, Martha and I are ready for it, is from Ziad Alahi, and it is called Everything You Need to Know About Databases But Was Afraid to Ask. And I will see you at the end. It's not very long. It's a 30-minute presentation. So stick around for the next 30 minutes. We'll talk to you at the end. Thanks, everyone.
Hello and welcome. My name is Ziad Alagi. I'm Brocadier MVP. Today I want to show you how to database interactive with Delphi. For example, database management system for MS SQL Server. Okay. The first file, a new VCL, Windows VCL application Delphi. Then file, a new data module. And then added for FD connection and FD query. Okay. The data module and the FD connection one. This interface and for interactive or connection for interface with MS SQL Server. Okay. And then here for Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. Here, new database. Example, student. Student Delphi. Then OK. I select the database student Delphi. Then click new, then browser here. Then select tables. Then a new table. Okay. The the first column name st in O, and insert here, insert column ID, select here number, or integer, then here option integer, then identifier special, yes, click here, auto increment, yes, +1, okay, st and st name. I want to show you how easy for creation and interactive the database. Delphi is flexibility, okay. Then here for IDE Delphi 11.3, and then here click right connection editor, then select here MS SQL, okay. Then here write database student Delphi, username for example SA, and then password or for example SA, okay. The server dot because the local, then test, okay, successful because SA user without password, okay. Then okay, here we choose the property for login property false, and then connection, okay. Click right, then query edit, then choice or select query editor, and then write code by SQL, select from the table name still, okay. This first name and this, and maybe here mobile number, and address maybe choose the type, okay. And then here close, yes. Then here the name of a student, stud, there close. Here select stud, then execute, okay. Here is empty, okay. Then execute, here is empty, okay. Then here okay, then click right, then fields editor, and then click right add fields, okay. Here we choose any field, the first field ID, we choose here display label ID, maybe change capital ID, then student number, maybe student .no, the name student name, and here the name, okay. Then here the password, 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 okay. Then here mobile number, and then here address. Okay, and here choice for main, okay, or here click the addition module, then save all, new folder, then right here student system by Delphi. Then here this unit for data module, were the name for unit DM, and the main forum or enter for information for student, you enter info student. Then rename, okay, for project student Delphi system. Okay, then here
I'm just going to speak over this for a second.
Okay, here then
as it's probably become clear, Ziad has recorded this presumably on a machine that's got 2 monitors, and he's describing what's going on a particular section of the screen. Unfortunately, he's only recorded the other screen, and so he's telling you that he's typing X or Y in something, and we can't see it because it's on the other screen. I'm sorry about that. What can I say? It wouldn't be right if there wasn't a little bit of an error at the end of the stream. Hopefully, he'll show us some things on this screen. It's not a very long presentation, so bear with it, and we'll go from there.
Select all this. Okay, then trans for main forum, the caption for, and select, then drag in forum 6. Yes, forum 6 is not using this auto using this insert auto. Here we show you how easy to create for forum for enter information for student. It's easy and flexibility by Delphi, and interactive for all this by FD query. Okay, then select here DB Navigator. DB Navigator, DB Control, navigation. Okay, DB Navigator. Then select dataset, and then run. And then run the part 2. Then select this here. Okay, for open open query, design, then add it for button, then quick edit, open database, the name, open MS SQL. Then here cursor, default hand, then data module 7, rename here data module 7, choice here, rename DM, just DM. Okay, then here dm.fd query 1.open. Uses add, yes. Okay, then run. Open. Okay, yes. ST number for ID for increment, and here maybe add gem 00 and address for any Boston or Dubai. Okay, this insert and another insert. Oh, for Joy and number for New York. Okay, and so on. Okay, close here. Then design, choice design. You can resize for the name and resize for DB edit address. Okay, here choice Windows state WS maximize it, and here caption Pro system of student 2023. Okay, turn around. Open. Then you can also add DB grid. The DB grid, it's table display for database. Here, and select database data. Okay. And then run. We can also open database and display or see this GPK. You can use choice, open or close. Okay. fd query dot active else fd dm dot fd query dot active false. Begin and p open dot caption close database begin p open dot caption open database. Okay. Okay. We also how to easy to write SQL coding for FD query component. Then, for example, I want to show you how to easy for write SQL coding for component FD. Add for FD another FD query component, and then here the name FD find student by name, for example. Okay, then here we select for query edit, and then select all from stud where this condition here, select execute where stname where stname like this here parameter like find by name. This parameter find by name here parameter find by name is FTP input, and the type for string, and maybe size maybe 35, and then execute. Okay, and then okay, the name will be Control C for copy. Is here copy, and then here add button, here find by name, and then search by name, and then var is string, then is string input box search by name student, and then here please enter name student name and default. Okay, then dm.fd find student, then close, and dm.fd query find student by name parameter, and value. Here you add for percentage by string, and then here char s for string, and then add for percentage by string your parameter. fd query find open, okay, or fd query is empty, again else, again show message sorry this name not found, and then you can add for panel here caption false, and visible false, and then here db edit, press for shift key this first, and 2 and 3, okay, then here add data source to the data source 2, select fd memo student by name, search by name or find by name, then here rename for st find name student, and then here select 3db edit for data module for data source ds find name student, okay, then the first db edit field id, then field name, st name, and the last field stno. Okay. Okay. Then here double click, search by name. If s equal empty, then show message, please write the name of student. Okay. Exit. And then press here. Okay. There are 2 arrows. Okay. It's here. And then turn. Open database. Open database. Find I gem. Find E Joe. We show you speed for FD for interactive with MS SQL. This high speed for entry and search. For example, plus for add any number, and a student for Ali, and Michael. Oh, for example, any name here. For example, any text set, search any text set. This speed recording and refresh. You also see here tables for student. Select. Yes, speed, high speed. This.
Well, so the astute amongst you will have spotted that Ziad, who did a good presentation, I have to say, his presentation was very good. He probably used Camtasia, and a few of us have been chatting about it, and chose the record my window option rather than record my screen option. So halfway through that presentation, he's going typing on things, and we can't see what he's typing, and we can't see the screen either. Bad luck. Ziad Alahi, great guy, and a good presentation, but you need to check that you recorded the right bit. Otherwise, some bits of it we just have to guess what it says, and that's fine. It's all part of the fun. It's the last day, last session. What do you expect? It's going to drive us all crazy. Okay, so I have got a number of things to say. First of all, scan that. If you haven't registered, if you're watching now and you're not registered, and I think most of the people left probably have registered because I've nagged them enough about it. But if you register by scanning this code, you will get all of the replays, all of the slides, everything that we can find and gather together, except the ones that didn't turn up. You know, you won't miss a thing. We'll let you know about the replays. There are replays for the whole day. Each day, 5 days, 7 hours. which felt like 700 hours. And also the individual sessions are broken up so that you can pick and choose. There'll be a playlist, I'm sure, because it's normally how we do it. And that'll be set up for you. I've got a couple of things to say as well. Let's have a look what's going on. Yeah, Patrick said it's the ASMR Delphi database coding is the future name of the replay on YouTube. Yeah, hear the keyboard. Don't see anything happening. It's fine. What he did show was excellent. I shouldn't take the Mickey out of him. It's hard doing sessions. Some of us have done it more often than others, and people like Holger and Patrick, myself, and Richard, we've done these many times, and it's a lot easier for us. But it's still, as I said, lots of effort. For each hour you see, it's a minimum 4 hours of work for someone. And I've done 4 sessions, and I nearly did 5 were it not for crazy things going wrong. Nigel says, how many hours? All week? I think it's 34 or 35, but we had to drop a few, so maybe a bit less than that. But it's about 35 hours of sessions. It's a lot, and it feels like 350 hours for all of us involved. I picked out a few comments as well. Love these boot camps, says Tianod, who I want to thank for being here all week. Thank you for participating. I know you feel like you're getting something out of it, but we actually get some feedback that's helpful for us. And clicking on like and the subscribe button if you're on YouTube actually makes a big difference for us as well. I don't get any money for it. We don't get a special award from Google. All it does is it makes the algorithm push Delphi out to more people and to suggest to other coders that this is a video to watch. So that's what you should be doing, please. So love these boot camps, says Tianod. Getting years of experience presented for free is priceless. I like it, very poetic. Thank you as well, because getting your participation helps us. Quite a few people saying, oh, I love your energy. And well, it's not difficult to be positive about what we're doing. Patrick, who has been here all week and answering questions in the chat. Merci beaucoup, Patrick. You've been a real diamond. I really appreciate it. I know you enjoy it, but even so, power to the coders and power to you, because what you're doing is quite incredible, really. And I appreciate it. And a couple of other big ups from me, I suppose. If you're still there, Ian, yes, I am. I'd like to thank you for all your effort this week. I've caught a lot of the streams, and your enthusiasm is catching. I was 14 years old in the 1970s at school. I'm a little bit old, you can tell. And I remember this guy walking into our class, and there were 2 computers in the school. One was for the top set of mathematics, and one was for the top set of physics. And there was a sign on there on the computer that said no touching, and they meant it. That was in the days where they still gave corporal punishment. So if you did, you could be in deep trouble. And you used to address the teacher by the name, their surname, their last name, and stand up when they came in the room like they were the judge or the queen or something. And this kid bowled in, wearing a kind of check jacket with leather patches, and he went up to the computer and sat down. He just went, all right, to the teacher. Didn't formally greet him or anything like that. Went, sat down, typed on the computer, turned the power on. We're like, oh, he's touching the physics computer. Oh my word, he'll be in trouble. And it took a little while to warm up in those days, because it was the 1970s. And after a while, there was this long monitor that he had that looked like an oscilloscope or something, but it was a computer screen. After a while, he typed some stuff on the keyboard. He could type really fast. Okay, hit enter, and the screen burst into life with a load of program code. It didn't do anything. It just showed a load of code on the screen. And I thought to myself, that is the coolest thing I've ever seen. That's what I want to do for a living. I was 14 years old. Here I am, many years later, over 40 years later, doing it for a living. And I never, ever regret doing it. And that if you think I'm enthusiastic, it's not difficult, because I think it's the greatest job in the world. Sometimes it's the loneliest, most painful job in the world, when you're being a developer, because sometimes you are the one who's got to come up with the answer and nobody else has got the answer. You Google it, you ask a few friends, but still nobody knows the answer, and it's your job to get it done. And quite frequently, because I work in, write human resources and payroll software, sometimes the pay of several hundred employees rests on me being able to fix something and fix it within 20 minutes, which is, believe me, you feel like the only person on the planet at that time, because the buck literally stops with you. But I still think it's the best job I've ever done, which is why I come and I take part in these boot camps and things like that. It is partially to obviously promote our products, but it is also about to encourage other people to follow the profession of being a software developer. And if my enthusiasm rubs off on people and they do that, great. You've validated all the effort that goes into that. And when we're talking about effort, which I will do, let me see where, it's this one. Nigel Armstrong, who I found out comes from DFW area, he said, not that we've seen her, but you refer to Martha, thanks to her too. Yes, well, while we're on the subject, producer Martha is, Martha actually says as well, Patrick being present 6 hours a day for 5 straight days is amazing. Well, you know what? That is true. And Patrick, you're crazy, but we appreciate it. But you know who's even more crazy? And that's Martha. Because Martha is, she's not an unsung hero, because I do mention her, quite often. But Embarcadero is a distributed company, and Martha is on a different time zone, and it's very early in the morning for her. Okay. And she works extremely hard. She doesn't just work on these projects. In the last 2 weeks, she's been doing 2 conferences at the same time that she's been organizing and wrangling. And I know people are paid to do a job. I'm paid to do what I do as well. But there's above and beyond the call of duty. And skills and professionalism are something that you cannot buy into someone. They've either got it or they haven't got it. And, I've said before that I think that it takes a team of people working to make these things happen. I'm just the public face. I'm the one that talks a lot. I'm the bouncy guy, and I'm genuine. I'm not putting this on. I drink a lot of caffeine, but I'm enthusiastic about it. But I want to call out a few people: April, Barbara, Alexandre, Eli, who you've seen present, Hagop, and Junior, and Roland, and also Will, and of course Martha. And there are many others, but the amount of hours that go into this, it's been weeks in the planning and hundreds of hours of effort that go into it. And I just get to sit here in my shirt and bounce around and be positive about things. But I'm the public face of the people that are behind the scenes. So good luck to them. Lots of comments about Ziad's presentation. You have to listen carefully to know what buttons he presses. I'm not going to keep ragging on him. He made a mistake. These things happen. And okay, well, we'll say this as well. And someone else said, yeah, the main area is on an invisible monitor. It is not true. His presentation was great. We also had someone say this, and this was Gabe, who is also what we would call a frequent flyer. He's been here this week as well quite a lot, and I appreciate, Gabe, you being in, and many of you, Nigel and a few others. Thank you so much. Tianod, I don't know what your real name is, but Tianod will do. Obviously on the run from CIA or something. But what do we think of some more casual streams? This is something we've discussed internally, and also I've discussed with a few of my friends. Holger Flick, I get on very well with. He's mentioned this before as well. He does a how it works with Holger and does some streams like that. Patrick Prematan, he streams every so often, quite frequently on Twitch, and does a very good job of it. And a few other of my fellow MVPs and Embarcadero people have said they would like to do that. So if that's something that people are interested in, it seems like they are. Then it might be something we pursue, because as a developer, I like to see other developers doing some development, and I like to say, oh, that's how they do it. I hadn't thought of that, and I still to this day, I learn something every day, and I learn quite a bit. I forgot most of it, but it's great to hang out with other developers and see what they do and how they get their job done. So yeah, Gabe, it's something we're probably going to look into. And as Patrick said as well, Patrick, our stunt double for doing the chat, said send your ideas and needs to me, and my email is ian.barker@embarcadero.com, or talk about it on the forums or with other MVPs or tech partners. Suggest what you want to see, and if it's possible and makes sense, then we'll do it. I mean, we're not going to do something crazy, but if we can fit it in and we can see like a positive benefit out of it, then we'll try and do it, okay? Because that is the whole of my job, is developer relations. As I said before, that means that I listen to what you want and convey it back to my colleagues at Embarcadero. And I also listen to what Embarcadero are trying to get across that isn't necessarily being made public in the right way, and convey that information back to other developers and things like that. I'm a developer talking to other developers, and so sometimes maybe understand better than perhaps a salesperson whose skills are not necessarily in development, but they are, they know about the product, but they're not necessarily an expert developer or at least a career developer like I am. Anyway, so once again, takes a village. I appreciate all of my colleagues, and it's been a very long week, and Martha and I are done. we're ready to go. We are going to go out again on a bang, so to speak. I want you to scan that if you want to get 20% off of Rad Studio. Everything you've seen this week, most of it's Rad Studio stuff. So scan that and you get 20% off and a year's free maintenance. But with that, we're going to go out on our traditional note, which is a video by Jimmy Keith, and it is our traditional CodeMonkey video. Thanks very much, everybody, and we will see you another time. Bye.
Loved how readable the Object Pascal programming language is. I decided it would be cool to make a program where the code was the codified lyrics to a song, and then the output was the actual lyrics to the song. So much like Walt Disney created Fantasia based on classical music, I've created a special musical number based on the music of Jonathan Colton.
CodeMonkey, get up, get coffee. CodeMonkey, go to job. CodeMonkey, have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say CodeMonkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do CodeMonkey think? CodeMonkey think maybe manager wanna write login page himself. CodeMonkey not say it out loud. CodeMonkey not crazy, just proud. CodeMonkey likes Fritos. CodeMonkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. CodeMonkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. CodeMonkey like you. CodeMonkey like you. CodeMonkey hang around at front desk till your sweater look nice. CodeMonkey offer buy you soda, bring you cup, bring you ice. You say no thank you for the soda, cause soda make you fat. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. CodeMonkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. CodeMonkey not thinking so straight. CodeMonkey not feeling so great. CodeMonkey like Fritos. CodeMonkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. CodeMonkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. CodeMonkey like you. CodeMonkey like you a lot. CodeMonkey have every reason to get out this place. CodeMonkey just keep on working, see your soft pretty face. Much rather wake up, eat a coffee cake, take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code Monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code Monkey just waiting for now. Code Monkey says someday, somehow. Code Monkey like Fritos, Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey, get up, get coffee.
This is actual Object Pascal code and was recorded in real time. You can compile it with Delphi or App Method and run it on Windows, OS X, Android, and iOS. The output is the original lyrics to the song. The code will actually work as a console application as well, and so in theory could work on other platforms like Linux, etc. Just in order to make it shared code, I made it a GUI application. I hope you've enjoyed this special musical number, and my thanks to Jonathan Colton for making and sharing this great song. You can download all my source code for this song on my website at delphi.org/codemonkey. From there, you'll find links to download Jonathan Colton's song as well.